Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to our APAC edition of the Global Online Series for the Digital Transformation Conference. My name is Chris Towers. I'm the founder and head of events here at Raw Media. We are a UK-based media organisation serving up events and conference series in and around enterprise technology. As we are a UK-based organisation, it's just about to turn midnight, so do forgive me if at any point I become nonsensical or appear tired at any point throughout the next few hours. This is our final event of the online series for this year. We've gone live in the UK, throughout Europe, and most recently our US event. We've welcomed some brilliant digital business leaders who have shared some fascinating insights into their transformation journey and, of course, their pandemic response. Those tuning in today will also receive all the content from these events as an on-demand service in the next week or so as well. We would, of course, be going live across the world with our in-person conferences and summits, but we continue to offer our events online until it's safe to resume such gatherings. We're hoping to return in some live formats towards the middle of next year. Our Singapore event earlier this year was on the cusp of the pandemic breaking out, so that was our first cancelled live event. But through our own digital transformation, we're putting on one-day and two-day events online designed to offer content in a similar fashion to a live conference, and also in the most part offering you a chance to ask questions for our speakers. It's at this point that I'd like to say thank you to Daggerwing Group. They're our APAC event sponsor and partner for this event, and have alongside Google, Microsoft and many more been supporting the online series throughout the last 6 months. I'm thrilled today that we're joined by co-founder and president Cheryl Ferguson and also Ning Wong, head of APAC from Daggerwing, who will be joining us a little later this morning. They've offered us some brilliant insights and presentations throughout our UK and US online events, so very much looking forward to having those back with us a little later this morning. Some general housekeeping notes for the event, of which are quite important. If this is indeed your first time joining one of our online events, I'm assuming because of the time difference of our previous events, that might be the case. You should be with us on our content website, which is Beyond Business Buzzwords. If you're watching direct from YouTube or somewhere else lost in the web, then do follow the link provided to join us at the Beyond Business Buzzwords conference page, as this is where the content is complemented with the chat function, live news feed, and the Twitter feed, as well as agenda information and announcements should there be any changes throughout. It's also worth mentioning the YouTube stream chat is not monitored, so any questions or queries or anything like that will be picked up here. With that, you should be able to see in the bottom right-hand corner a chat feature on the page. Feel free this morning to introduce yourself here, drop your LinkedIn profile information, or just see what is what with your fellow online delegates. This is also the best place to put questions for our speakers. Most of today's sessions will have a Q&A element for the audience, so we encourage you to ask away. We'll get those questions in for you. Most presentations are pre-recorded, apart from the panel session and the fireside chats today. And with the pre-recorded presentations, in some of them, the speaker does join us afterwards for a live Q&A. And of course, during those fireside chats and panel session, we do encourage audience participation if you want to get involved as well. In line with UK government advice, we're all working from home right now, which increases the risk for technical difficulties for both ourselves and also for the speakers who might be working from home as well. Faced a number of these online events now, and we're well aware of the perils that can be thrown up, which include kind of loss of connection, webcams malfunctioning, speakers failing to join, or a delay in joining, audio not working. So if we or our speaker do experience any technical difficulties, we'll work hard to rectify that situation as quickly as we can. But please do bear with us should this happen, as we are broadcasting live. There are potential issues and pitfalls, but we hope this doesn't happen. My colleague Sam, who is also on a UK watch, will be updating the newsfeed, which is below the stream on this page, showing snapshots of the key elements of each presentation. So if you miss a few minutes, it's easy to catch up this way. You can, of course, pause and return to the live feed at any time. We're welcoming some excellent speakers today. The agenda can be found below the stream or above the stream with timings, with who is speaking, what time they're speaking, and it also marks on that agenda whether there's the opportunity for live Q&A with those speakers. I think this morning we have the first speaker, Ramu from Tonic Bank, will be doing a Q&A, and our second session is a fireside chat, so that's live. So we encourage you to get involved with that if you'd like to ask any questions. The third presentation from Deutsche Bank, that's no Q&A. And then the fourth, Dagger Wing, that includes Q&A session. And the fifth is the Facebook chat. Again, encourage audience participation. And then the final presentation before the panel session is Optus. That doesn't include Q&A, although the speakers have encouraged us to contact them on LinkedIn should you have any follow-up or questions or queries regarding their presentation or the content that they've served up. So in the first session, we have two presentations coming from Tonic Bank and Deutsche Bank, both differing very much in their operations, with the digital native and the legacy bank. I'll also be joined by Head of Digital Enterprise Architecture from AIA to discuss digital innovation at scale and how AIA are going about their digital transformation and strategy. For our first presentation, we're going to be joined by Ramu, Chief Technology Officer from Tonic Bank, who will be taking us on a journey of how they're innovating and creating their digital bank for Southeast Asia. After the talk, Ramu will be joining us for a live Q&A session. So put down any questions in the chat and I'll pick those up and we'll get them to Ramu after the talk has finished. So we're going to start the day with a bit of a journey on Tonic Bank and how they've come to be and the direction they're heading and how they're setting up. After that, we have a fireside chat, and then the final presentation before a quick break is Deutsche Bank. So enough of me waddling on there. We'll kick off the day. I know it's bright and early, but in terms of Singapore time, this was also to kind of cater for the needs of our Australian online registrants as well. So do forgive us for doing that. But as mentioned, it's now midnight in the UK, so do forgive me throughout the day if I get tired or slur my words. Hopefully I won't. I've got plenty of coffee. So without further ado, I'm going to kick off the day and play Ramu's presentation. We'll see you back in about 20 minutes for that live Q&A. Thank you.
Good morning, one and all. I'm Ram, or you will, CTO of Tonic Digital Bank International Philippines. Today we heard about Tonic a lot, and there are different transformational stories and neobank stories. And we are one of the successful pioneer in Southeast Asia. Hence, as a CTO of Tonic, I would like to introduce myself and I would like to share Tonic journey with you today. And of course, end of the session, I'm happy to answer few of your questions. What is Tonic? We are the first retail virtual neobank in Southeast Asia. We are based out of Singapore. We have offices in Singapore, Manila, and India. And the Singapore office predominantly, we have it in all the CXOs and technology and product strategy we are executing from the headquarters. And India is predominantly for our research and development, offshoring office. Manila is our first Philippines banking operations, which include business and IT operations are set up in Manila. As Group CTO and Tonic Digital Bank CTO of the bank, so I'm executing the greenfield implementing a virtual neobank. Today we have focused on Philippines as a pilot market. We are one of the few neobank globally to operate under its own license. So we haven't started without license. So we have owning our own retail full banking license as a pilot neobank in Philippines. We have full range of retail products starting from deposits, cards, payments, and lending products, which has been customized to developing market, and it is targeted for mass affluent and underbanked and financial inclusion customer segment. So far, we have raised about 27 million US dollar, even during the current pandemic time. This journey started 2018, Q3 2018, and we have successfully backed up with global VCs, global big VCs such as Sequoia Capital and Point72. And we are launching our commercial operation in November 2020 in Philippines, which is this month. We are already in pilot. We are doing closed loop. Hence, the key pillars are the driving factors, forces are customer-centric user experience, innovation, technology is the key pillars and our belief for changing the market. Hence, I want to little bit touch upon what is the new banks are doing. What is the rise of new banks? Why Tonic today? So if you go back in 2009 to 2014, most of the traditional banks want to have a digital footprints, started getting into a world of transformation. What they have predominantly did is a channel transformations, implementing responsive web, internet banking, some people mobile bankings. That's how it started, and most of the institutional bankings and bigger, larger retail bankings, including commercial banks. If you look at last 5 years, 2015 to 2019, you hear a lot of new names in the market. Revolut, Munch, Movement, N26, Sterling Bank. All these guys, start with a fintech in mind. Few banks are, started with banker background, and few are tech backgrounds as a fintech came into the market. Some people had a license, some people don't have own license, but launched in the market. Some people, valuation gone up, but most of the guys targeted for mass affluent are HNI, not really financial inclusion or underbanked or unbanked. The key differentiation between these 4 years are user experience and a better version of business model. 2019, if you look at last 2-3 years, there is a bigger transformations happening around the world, including starting from compliance, regulators. Everybody started working together to introduce a new business model with new technology transformation. That's how the new real new banks or challenger banks are getting into the market. We are one of the pioneer with a dream of launching a first neobank in Southeast Asia. That's how we knocked almost all the Asian country doors. Philippines opened very fast to us, and the regulators are friendly, and we have able to successfully kickstart our neobank journey from 2019 onwards. As a pilot market, we chose Philippines. The key differentiator from our understanding of neobank is defining a new business model, doing a profitability via fees and the partnership ecosystem, profitability through lending products, and reachability and customer acquisition through digital marketing. Our journey it's not easy. Q2 2018, Tonic started in Singapore, opened as a headquarters. We started, with seed funding, started to reach out to different VCs, including Sequoia Capital, Point72, Credence Capital, so on. December 29, with almost an year later, we got our licensed approved from BSP Philippines with a retail digital banking license. With that, we kickstart our building the greenfield implementation of bank, which is Tonic Digital Bank International PH. Last 9 months, we have worked hard and put the bank into the pilot now. So our pilot started in November 2020, and with the commercial operation. Of course, we have an expansion plan. I will touch upon a bit shortly. You can ask me why Philippines. If you look at neobank story, so the trend in Southeast Asia, it's repeating 10 years before what happened in Europe and North America, where mass affluent, emerging affluent, the middle class income got increased, and there is a huge potential to bring underbanked, unbanked population into the banking system. Quick look at the Philippines background as one of the large developing country, which has a huge potential. 108 million populations, 47% are living in urban city, which means um, huge reachability, which means 67% internet penetration, or young people, which is 25 years average year age, and the 65% smartphone, that means through digital touch point and internet availability, you can sell the digital products through digital touch point. That's the potential opportunity available. But other hand, if you look at the ecosystem, there are 29% of adults only banking having a bank account. Only 2% of people have cards. And but another look at, interestingly, more than 197 fintech ecosystem available. So it is a huge opportunity to connect the young population with the digital footprint, with the fintech support. There is a reachability of US 140 billion retail deposits and 100 billion unsecured retail lending opportunities available in that market alone. Of course, eventually moving into Vietnam, Myanmar, Indonesia, and Cambodia. That's our pipeline after the pilot opportunity. So the next big thing is about how Tonic is, what is the Tonic strategy? So every neobank need to have own way of doing things. So when I looked at digital product IT roadmap, so digital products, being a IT company having a banking license, how far we can innovate. For innovating, the product need a product development lifecycle, and the product development lifecycle methodology to be applied in a modern banking way. So we took minimum viable product development and rollout approach. Year one took the foundation technology and foundation products with giving a good customer experience and agility without compromising, high-end cybersecurity in place with good governance. We started doing controlled innovation, which means the products such as self-onboarding with a different KYC level, taking as a deposit product as a key thing, so that we want to be known as a saving bank for our deposit products. And we don't want to be a primary account holder. I'm looking at targeting account switchers and underbanked and people who's looking for a best digital customer experience. That's the main target. So hence, the people who's having traditional bank relationship, they can easily switch over into Tonic relationship, providing the better customer experience, self-service experience, adding a payment. So when the money moved into my account, how easily it can be um, cash in, cash out with different bill payment opportunity, easy to use the money that is for the day-to-day activities. So that's another one. Enabling a virtual card for them to give a virtual money usage, which means people day one they can sit on the sofa, open a bank account less than 5 minutes, got the immediate saving account with virtual debit card. They can start the banking relationship. It's all will happen less than 5 minutes. That's the first objective. Then this controlled innovation to get into a scaling stage where the year two want to introduce advanced technologies and automations, which introduced API gateways to support partner ecosystem. And key thing, introduce profitability into the products, which through lendings and payments and physical card distributions, which give you a additional legs to move into the profitability to meet a break even quickly. A third leg is the third year, which is next year, product stabilization and the technology governance to the key focus so that operational can be automated, governed, so the capex can be reduced, opex can be optimized with the SaaS model. Introducing features more advanced payment, more advanced user touch points for the cash in, cash outs and different bill payments, different experience, even digital touch experience through Alexa and Google Home, voice, chatbots, and more advanced lending product. For example, rolling credit loans, enhanced digital UX. These are the next big thing to scale the organization into high profitable mode. So the next one, yeah, to support this product and strategy, the few things are very, very critical for digital neobanks. One is the customer need to trust us because the bank is all about trust. Today, the banks are built the trust by physical branches and big buildings, a lot of human touch points. When we say we are a virtual bank, no physical branch, everything running on cloud, no physical um, people touch point or a technology touch point, everything over mobile, then the criticality lies on how to build trust. So we build trust through mobile app protection, complete malware protection, behavioral security, even while onboarding, doing a liveliness test, taking the OCR, so you don't need to enter anything, you scan your document through OCR, build advanced two-factor authentication and multi-factor authentication through biometrics, and provide high level of personalization. So, for example, I can unlock the card. I can put a specific magnetic stripe don't work. You just switch off the magnetic stripe. You don't want to do international cash withdrawal, switch off it. So it's all switch on, switch off through mobile app. Give a high secure personalization in your app to be managed by the user. And you don't need to look for a physical branch. That's the capability we are providing through the app. So you don't need to do a well dressed to search for a branch operations and take a leave, it's coming and standing on your queue. It's all self onboarding, getting a virtual card, no physical statement, you know, and pull money from any place. Whether you have an existing bank account, you have different wallet accounts, or you have having a different cards, you can able to pull money. And we are trying to do more relevant products based on the customer segment, providing different touch point. For example, the customers can reach out to us through built-in in-app chat or Viber, or even they can call a call center, different social media. We used to update every transaction through SMS and emails, and we try to automate everything from day one. So we have IVR, we have OCR documentation, automated accreditation engines, and robotic process automations involved to nail it down. There is no manual intervention required in most of the process. and more than 99% of operations are automated in a real time. So there is no batch, there is no waiting time, all real time reflections. And the key thing for us a technology partner angle. So we chose very keenly on co-creation partnership, ensure no traditional business process are built in, ensure the partners working closely with us, building, co-creating value, deployed in multi-cloud strategy, building a digital ecosystem and marketplace along with the fintechs and other financial agencies and payroll companies, digital lenders and telcos and other aggregators. Of course, no compromise on compliance and security, with starting from payment security to data protections to data residency. You know, it's completely taken care. This all supports us to bring the agility which neobanks needed. This all go into one of the buckets. Being a neobank, my key strategies to support the business and product rollout, being an innovative company, which means almost all all the developers and the business analysts and the product managers are thing is starting with the idea, getting into innovation, taking the risk-taking culture, keeping customer experience as the first thing in their mind when they're defining something, and try to automate everything as possible without boundaries of departments, and putting the right technology with guarded by cybersecurity. This is what we have achieved. Just for go showing the glance part of our journey, building neobank, it's not easy, and with the right technology. So we took a call of mobile first approach with building our own digital engagement layer, which means the whole API management platform, public and private API development, microservices for scaling perspective. So all the microservices are built on deployed on AWS to provide that speed which we need so that the regression can be reduced. You can go to market almost every month. You can release something to market, and all the list of backend system of records, system of support systems, system of operations are connected through middlewares, and the beauty is all our partner systems are deployed on various cloud and securely, which is with proper vulnerability assessment and penetration testing done and integrated through middleware, expose the um, to digital channels with the digital services. Of course, the end of thing, we're building the data lake to, as you know, for a digital bank like us, the data is the key. Customer experience, product profitability, product usage, feature usage. These are all very important. We're capturing the data, building the data lake with protected through cyber defense across data, application, infrastructure, cloud, and the channel touch points. So that is how today we have built a greenfield, a new bank, which is completely running on cloud native, mobile first approach with open API structure and multi-cloud strategy with modern cybersecurity. Having said, the biggest lesson learned over last 2 years, building a one team approach, starting from sales and marketing, product, UI, UX, IT engineering, operations, security, compliance, with including finance, bringing everybody into a single team approach, discuss, nail it out, quick decision making, encouraging people to risk taking culture, sharing the idea, which help us to run fast, innovate the speed which we want. So these are all the great lessons we learned over last years to tune ourselves. Still, we are doing, trying to do better than better. And today, yes, the bank is started in operation and waiting for scaling into a phase two, which trying to end of next year. We are looking at somewhere about 1.5 million customer onboarding in 2021 Q4. That's a target over 4 years. We want to see 4 million customer plus with the with underbanked and mass affluent, emerging affluent market in mind. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Hope I shared a lot of information to you about Tonic, and I'm happy to take some of your questions, guys. Thank you so much.
To where they are now with regards to their kind of the digital journey. We're now going to be joined by Ramu for the Q&A session. I can see Ramu is with us off stage at the moment. So Ramu, if you can hear me, if you just want to turn on your mic and camera feed, and we can get going with the Q&A session.
Good morning.
It's just on the right-hand side, top right-hand side, not the left-hand side of the screen that you need to be clicking, Ramu. I can see you were just clicking onto the wrong video section there. Just bear with us a couple of minutes while we get Ramu on stage. So it's just top right, Ramu, not the left-hand side of the screen that you want to be hitting, and then that will bring your camera and your mic feed in. Ramu, can you hear me okay? Apologies for the difficulties here. As mentioned in the welcome notes, we I can see Ramu is actually joining us now. Ramu, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Chris.
Good
morning.
Well, thanks so much for joining, and it was a nice overview on your journey at Tonic Bank. So thank you so much for sharing those insights and the journey so far. It sounds like you've had quite the journey, the complex journey, and heading in the right direction.
Yeah, it's so true. Thank you all.
So
thank you for.
I guess one question that came in that kind of wanted to focus on at the start was looking at the consumer side of things. So what are the major drivers for consumers or customers that are choosing digital-only banks over here in Europe, the UK? We've got, as you mentioned in your presentation, Monzo, the rise of Monzo and Revolut, which has taken off astronomically. Why, in your opinion, do you think people are particularly younger people as well, are choosing these digital first and digital native banks?
Yeah, fantastic question, because that is the root of the problem. If you look at it, most of the today, traditional or digital banks, they call it as the digital banks, and the experience today is not that great.
Mm-hmm.
Where there is a first opportunity to provide the best user experience to the youngsters through a mobile touch point. Example, you are sitting in a sofa, by a few clicks, open a bank account, access to the, opening a bank account with a virtual card,
Mm-hmm.
and immediate card issuance, immediate account issuance, and access to your money, and start using the money in a different digital touch point. So the easy access of financial services, I'm not saying banking, it's a financial services, by fingertips. Today, youngsters are, you can look at it, don't wear suit and go to the bank branch and waiting in a queue, filling the forms, providing all the documentations,
Mm-hmm.
And then getting into a relationship. Number one, people don't have the time for that. Number two, the user behavior changes over the last 2-3 years, and
Yeah.
the people want to do ECF access. Third, looking for value of money. So the neobanks are trying to reduce the OPEX cost by providing the latest technologies and the SaaS-based model. So that the profitability of that model pass it to consumers by minimal fee or no fee model.
Hmm.
which is impossible by the traditional banks. So comparatively, the lingo we use, the kind of design we do, kind of product we offered, helping them to save, helping them to easy to use the money,
Yeah.
quickly get the additional cash if required in their hand immediately, immediate cash disbursement with the
Mhm.
modern underwriting. This all put us into the main stage, which attracts youngsters and account switchers.
Nice, really good answer. Thank you. And then going back to your presentation, you kind of shared a bit more on the digital product roadmap and that kind of that journey that you've taken. Just how much has the current crisis, the pandemic, affected that roadmap, that strategy, or has it affected the strategy? Have you kind of continued on time and as normal as possible?
True. So, like everybody, we also got impacted during the rollout.
Yeah.
Number one, the first biggest thing impact is from the operationalization in Manila, because with the current pandemic, people cannot move freely. Setting up the office, hiring slow down,
Hmm.
um, getting the right talent to the team. This is the first issues we found it. Number two, getting all the other local licenses required. Apart from banking license, there are 2 dozen of licenses we need to get it from operating the bank, including the buildings, local mayors, those due to the government shift was changed from innovation to survival. So we have to wait and do that. Third biggest thing is the product approach itself, because we had a couple of fantastic lending idea in mind in that time, but due to pandemic, you can look at the banking sector. Almost all the lending businesses are bleeding
Yeah.
as of now. So the underwriting is very complex, and picking the right people, part of underwriting is tough. So what we did, we start looking at the market and changing our lending strategy, lending portfolio, specifically with the new lending product, which means, for example, salary based and different type of new innovative idea,
Hmm.
how we can underwrite securely and pick the right apple and give immediate money distributions. So we did change the last minute product changes, especially on lending. And the one of the biggest thing apart from lending is the payment. Because of e-commerce boom, we thought of doing the bill payments and the more billers adding into the payment side into the stage two, but due to the current pandemic, we brought most of the payment into stage one.
Hmm.
So that we, instead of going into June 2020, we delayed by 3 months. I was just launching in November. So that's the kind of impact we had it due to COVID.
Nice. And then final question. How difficult is it to deploy strategic innovation with both speed and care? So obviously, moving agile and getting things done quickly and delivered quickly, but in the sense, obviously, it's a fintech, it's to do with banking, so there needs to be kind of the utmost care taken. Just how quickly is it to innovate within that kind of environment?
Fantastic. It's all about the culture and the people.
Yeah.
Outside the technology and tools, it's culture, how we build inside the organization. Um, so the couple of things are helped us, and that's what we learned it over the period. Number one is bottom-up approach. The innovation and the triggers are leveraged. We enable the people with risk-taking culture. So let them build, fail. That is the kind of culture we are motivating it. Hence, the people has the risk-taking mindset and proactive, the high reachability from bottom to top.
Yeah.
That is the one way, the openness and transparency within the organization. Um, that helps us. Number one, quick decision making. So the delegated decision makings that gives. The best example is we got the license in 2019. We kickstart the whole development of these complex systems in January, and we are started doing testing in August. So November already the bank is out in the market now. You can see our websites and with all the stuff today. Um, it's a 9 month story,
Yeah.
a 9 to 11 month story. Now this whole speed due to scale the Scrum model from the development perspective, because most of the critical component innovation taken under our internal teams and the best people, best handpicked people with the right culture across multiple department, cross-functional teams, with starting from sales and marketing to till the finance team, operations, all working together as a single team approach. That really helped us. I think we found the secret recipe.
Nice. Good stuff. Well, Ramu, that's all we've got time for. Thank you so much for your presentation, sharing the Tonic story, and then also coming in for the Q&A. It sounds like you've had quite the journey, and obviously all the best of luck to you during that onboarding next year. And I hope you reach all the stats and everything that you said by Q4 2021. So thanks again. It's really real good pleasure to be joined by you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you all for watching this. Happy to meet you all once again later this year. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll be returning the live event at some point next year if the current with regards to the pandemic, hopefully with all the vaccine news and everything, it'll put events and things back on the radar. So hopefully we'll meet in person and have you involved with an actual in-person event.
Perfect. Allowed to be with you guys.
Thank you so much, Ramu.
Thank you all. Thank you. Bye-bye, Chris.
So that was a great presentation from Ramu there, joining us from Tonic Bank. Big thanks to him for joining us, and a nice Q&A, some great questions answered there. So I'm happy that we could be joined by Ramu this morning. We are now going to be welcoming Saravan Benupathy, Head of Digital and Enterprise Architecture from AIA, which is going to be a fireside chat. We're going to be navigating questions in and around kind of digital business innovation and more on his role within AIA and the course of AIA's digital innovation and transformation. If you've got any questions along the way, do pop those within the chat function on the conference page. But hopefully I can see Saravan is with us in our backstage room. Saravan, if you want to enable your mic and camera, which is towards the right hand side of the screen that you can see, not the left hand side. So hopefully Saravan will be joining us in a few moments time. If you joined us since the welcome notes this morning, please do forgive me for repeating a few of the points. Essentially, if you're on the Beyond Business Buzzwords page, there is a chat function where you can introduce yourselves, ask questions for the speakers during the live Q&As and during the fireside chats as well. We've got a conversation lined up with Saravan here, but if you think of anything that you might like to ask us as we move along the conversation, just pop that into the chat as well, and we can get those answered for you.
Hey, hi Grace, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Saravan. I can't see you, but I can hear you. Perfect. How are you this morning? Just bear with us a few moments. Here we go. Good morning, Saravan. How are you doing?
Good, mate. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Pleasure to be joined by you. So thank you for taking the time out of your schedule for doing so. Really nice to be joined by you and to go through kind of the questions that we've lined up for you as well.
Yeah, looking forward, mate.
Good stuff. So first of all, it'd be good if you could tell me and tell the audience a little bit more about yourself and your role within AIA.
So my name is Saravan Chris, right? So in my current role with AIA, I am responsible for two things. So one is for the head of digital enterprise architecture, right? Quite straightforward. I'm responsible for the IT landscape when it comes to the best practices.
Mhm.
The other thing which I predominantly part of my portfolio is also on the innovation side, and that's something is growing as well a lot. When I say innovation, innovation is not just about getting the right technology and then mapping it to the use case. It's also about co-creating the models together with the business and make sure that IT is not just an enabler, but also a digital transformation catalyst. So that's about my role.
Nice. And then with your role as well, you're responsible for putting forward advice on things like emerging technology to the CTO office. How do you go about identifying which technologies could be relevant to the business, and how does this strategy look and work within the business?
I do it in two-way fold, Chris, right? The first thing which I do is obviously the need-based innovation, which most companies do, which is I have this problem statement on the table. The business says that, hey, IT, we need your help around it, and we go about in the market. And I think with my trust factor that I have been here in the region for more than 10 years in the innovation advisory space, I have a good connection of startup ecosystems across Asia Pacific and also a strong sense of partners and vendors. So naturally, I get the right technology for every need that's needed for AI Singapore here. But that's pretty straightforward, right? But what I do a bit different is also the what we call as a fail fast and fail cheap methodology in AI Singapore. So we just don't wait for the business to come up with a need-based use case. And what we do is every quarter we make sure we take certain amount of days and we sit with the business and run workshops on the co-creation models.
Yeah.
So essentially what we do is we bring the perspective of the emerging trends and technologies across the insurance sector happening globally to our business and say that, hey, these are the things that are really implicating, and these are not necessarily hitting the bottom line. These are also contributing to your top line as well.
Yeah.
And then we go through a series of workshops with them, and then we identify one or two focus areas for particular quarter, and then we put our effort, time, and energy into it. Again, having said that, right, every innovation lab around the FSI space is seen as an incubator kind of a thing, which I partially agree. But having said that, every innovation has a certain sense of effort and dedication and time across the dollar as well as the people. So we just make sure that we focus one or two initiatives every quarter, and then we go ahead and really immerse into it. And then we say that if you really can't put a value in 3 months for your emerging trend for the business, let's not put around it anymore. That's what we put as a discipline in AI Singapore. Is every trend that we put on has to have a certain sense of value at the end of the 3 months vetting. If we really have something and then we proceed and then we drive into the pilots and then into the production. If not, we just want to we just don't want to go ahead and waste everyone's time.
Yeah. So in saying that, do you identify as kind of like a different technology or a different category each quarter and then work on that solely? Is that what you're saying? Sorry.
Exactly. I think that's the best way to do. And the other thing, what also we do in AI Singapore, predominantly in my role, is I bring the ecosystem, the strong ecosystem, the partnership that I have in AI Singapore, right? For example, I have nurtured across startup ecosystems in Asia Pacific over the last 10 years, have been a startup advisor as well. So naturally, these startups, in fact, today in AI Singapore, we are working with some of the companies which are very niche.
Yeah.
And they don't even have a big name. But having said that, we don't shy away from reaching out to them and trying out the solutions. In fact, a couple of solutions in the AI space that we have in Singapore are from small school startups. But having said that, they really do bring the value to us. So essentially what we do is we just don't play around. We also bring those solutions back to AI Singapore through our partnerships.
Nice. And how, obviously you've built that network up in Singapore. How do you actually go about identifying, the relevant organizations to be getting involved? Is that a difficult process?
Yeah, there's a process to it, Chris, right? So as I told you before, I have over the last 2-3 years, I have built a team around it for innovation. So essentially what we do is we do two things on everyday basis. First thing, gauge and monitor the trends that are happening in the insurance tech space globally, right? And what's really bringing value to the organizations. The second thing is we constantly gauge the startup ecosystems, not necessarily in Singapore, even though AI Singapore is primarily based on Singapore organization. But what we do is we monitor the startups globally and predominantly in Asia Pacific and look around them. What are the value they are bringing in for the insurance and insurtech tech space? So we do this on a constant basis. And the second thing what we do is we have forced partnerships, especially with the government agencies and the innovation agencies in Singapore. so that we get the right relevant information as and when there is a good startup that's trying to reach out to AI Singapore. We have made ourselves very clear that we are in this game for innovation. We are not just here for a short-term basis. I think that's the second thing we did. And the third thing what we do is we run hackathons.
Okay.
Like in every other organization, we run hackathons, we run the startup ecosystem events, and give the assurance to those niche vendors and partners, even though they are small, that AI Singapore is really gaming for innovation, and we are always open the doors for them.
That's really cool. That's a good approach. I like it. And then with regards to kind of the importance of digital business transformation, clearly it's of huge importance to pretty much every industry, including financial services, including insurance. How important has that kind of transformation been to the actual insurance industry over the last 5 years, and why has it been why has it shifted so much? Is it because there needs to be more of a focus on the consumer and the customer in the process? How has that come along in the last kind of 5 years, and the importance of it?
Insurance has always been seen as a legacy business, Chris,
Yeah.
if you may say so, right?
Yeah.
In fact, since I've been in the advisory space here for more than 10 years, I worked across the FSI-based companies, right? Insurance are real monsters and dinosaurs. If you come from, there's still companies that carry 30 years of legacy code in there,
Yeah.
right? But one thing is for sure is insurance is for long. For example, if you think about AIA has been thriving for more than 100 years. We have seen n number of pandemics, and we are still surviving there. So in that sense, insurance business are quite sustainable, right? Given that and the trust factor.
Mhm.
But having said that, digital transformation has been a late entrant into the insurance space, and you agree with me on that, right? InsurTech, I think, is the word that has been buzzing for the last 5 years. But although it has been buzzing, I think the real transformation that I have been seeing on the ground is past 3 years. And the reason when I say clearly is for 3 years is because of the trends and technologies that have been emerging. And initially, the digital transformation has always been seen as something that improves the bottom line for insurance.
Yeah.
But over the last 3 years, the real game change in the digital transformation for insurance is it can definitely contribute to your top line. I think that's the message loud and clear that digital transformation has brought into the insurance industry. And that's something now all the insurance companies have agreed to that. And that's why you see the new models of digital enabled buying, the purchase, the marketing, the customer management solutions around it has really grown leaps and bounds in the last 3 years. So again, as I said, that for me, the real value of digital transformation is not about what technology you bring in. It's about the right technology marrying to the right use case, providing you your top line and bottom line results. Yeah.
Nice, that's a really good answer. And just quickly jumping back onto the comments regarding legacy, with regards to insurance companies that are continuing to kind of operate on legacy systems, which they kind of must do. How hard is it also to transform the culture, the legacy culture as well that falls within that? Have you kind of had any experience of transitioning with a new culture change or resistance to culture change within that?
I think, as you rightly said, Chris, right? Culture is the hardest part to change when it comes to digital transformation. Technology is something can be easily identified and changed. Again, the culture is a part of few things, right? I won't say culture itself is an identity on its own. I will say culture is a combination of people and processes. Yeah. So if you really want to change the culture of any organization, I think the two important areas where you need to focus on is your people and processes space, and which we have able to change successfully in AIA for the last couple of years. So what you have done is, as every organization do, we bring in the agile way of working, right? When I say agile way of working, what we have done is we have really put the processes in place, right from the IT envisage to the IT production. I think we have done that part. But as far as the culture part is concerned, it's an ongoing process, right? I think, but we have tasted our success since, and we are very focused, right? I mean, we haven't said that the entire company will go agile on day one.
Mm-hmm.
So especially within the CTO office, within the technology department, we have done that over the last 2 years. When we started out, we only piloted with 3 to 4 projects with 4 different small teams. But I can successfully say that over the last 4 years, we have transformed a lot, and they are like 90% agile now within the tech office running in AI Singapore.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way you can do that is going back to your fundamentals, putting the right process and the people in place. And also, people is very important. It's not just the processes. You need to identify the right people who can take that process forward.
Yeah.
I think these are a few areas where we worked on.
Yeah, no, that's really good. And then you'd also mentioned the big kind of, well, it's not really a buzzword, it is a thing, insurtech, and I think it's the media have chosen to coin this phrase with regards to insurance tech, and really marry the ideas fintech and insurtech. But they say investment's going to, or has reached $2.5 billion globally. And insurance firms essentially kind of being reshaped by technology investment. What kind of does the future look like moving over the next few years with regards to insurance firms? Are they becoming kind of more tech-based organizations? Are they tech firms?
I think it's a bit of both, Chris. I mean, tech-based as well as the business-focused, I would say. And the reason I would say that is because, right, trust me, there are many digital native insurers booming around globally. But having said that, I think one key differentiator between insurtech and the fintech, unlike in banks, is the biggest difference between a bank and insurance company is the trust factor that you put forward. As I told you before, when people pay premiums, they make sure that this company runs for long.
Yeah.
They won't really care whether this company has the best of the UI. But although it contributes to the top line, I'm not discarding that part aside, right? But when you say insurance companies really want to run as a tech companies, I won't say that, but insurance companies want to modernize themselves. Let me put it this way, right? They really want to simplify the things for customers. They really want to simplify the things for the agents that do the selling. They also want to simplify the things for the partners that want to innovate together with the insurers. I think those three areas are game changing. And it's really true that there have been a lot of investment in insurtechs in this space. And let me tell you, insurtechs are not a competition as far as insurance industry is concerned. They're always the enablers. And insurance companies understood that and are going together and working with the insurtech companies in that space.
Nice. And then we touched on it a bit earlier about the innovation labs.
Yeah.
With AIA. What role do these have to play other than kind of those, identifying those small vendors and big vendors alike, and how long has the innovation labs been a part of the organization, and why was that brought to the table, kind of thing?
I think innovation is something that I brought on the table for AI, I think 2 to 3 years back when I joined AI Singapore, right? I think that's one of the mandate given to me by my CTO. As part of this, what we do is, I think we have done a lot of innovations in the last 2 to 3 years. In fact, across the SMACKY stack, right, as we call it, social mobility, analytics, IoT, blockchain. I mean, these are the buzzwords that are happening out there. But let me tell you, we have done innovations across all those tech stacks that I mentioned right now. I can't really delve into the use cases because they're very proprietary at this space. But we have done innovations around that. But when I say innovations, right, we are not just doing a product and putting out there either for my customers or agents. We are actually responsible for putting a KPI framework to measure those innovations and what's the effect of those innovations on my business. I think that's where the innovation labs is really successful at. Unlike other innovation labs where you really put a number of people and play with the tech space for a certain amount of time and bring in those new products, what we have done is we also put a right measurement framework, not just to identify those technologies and matching it the use cases, is also to continuously measure the progress of the innovation and what the value and the effect that we envisaged, is it really there on the ground or not. I think that's the key area. If you ask me, the innovation labs has bring in for AI Singapore, and we are quite successful in that. There are n number of initiatives that have been flying in AI Singapore today across the technology, analytics, and the cloud stacks today. In fact, we are one of the big adopter of cloud since last couple of years, and I'm proud to say that we are one of them. We are doing successfully in the region.
Good stuff. And then we've talked about the people, the culture, and things like that, and challenges with regards to digital transformation. But what, in your opinion, is the major challenge to any kind of digital transformation project? Would you say is the people, is the culture, or would you lean on the more kind of the technology onboarding and implementation processes?
I would say a different thing, Chris. It's a commitment of the company to do digital transformation. Let me tell you, right, I have worked with a number of companies across industries, not just FSI, manufacturing, and supply chain as well, right? Companies and organizations do talk about digital information, but there are only few who really go about it and implement it. So it's the mandate and the culture and and the drive of the organization to do digital transformation is more important than the people in the technology, I would say. I think that's the mandatory thing, and that's something I love about AI Singapore. I think the people here are committed to do that. When it comes to the implementation, right? Yes, it's a bit of both, right? People and technology are both contributors for digital transformation. But as I said before, it's also about your planning and your KPI measurement framework that's equally important, right? It's not about planning an initiative. It's not about putting in people in technology. It's all about how you measure it. I think that's the most important thing. And based on my experience, why most of the digital transformations fail is also not because of people or technology. It's not about having a right start. When I say right start, either you're trying to put a technology or emerging trend forcefully into your IT landscape and calling it as a digital transformation, or you're trying to marry a wrong technology to a wrong sense of use case. I think that's where the most digital transformations fail. And the worrying part is people will take at least a year or two to know that their digital transformation has failed because there's no proper measurement framework in place. I think those are the things I think we corrected in AI Singapore. And thankfully, we are failing, but we are failing very fast and we are failing cheap. And we are making sure that our dollar transformations are really converted into value.
Yeah, that's a really good answer. Really good answer. And then throughout the course of, we've been doing these online events throughout kind of the last 6 months and running this series, and automation is a thing that always kind of creeps into the kind of the talks and discussions. How much of a part does automation play in the insurance industry and kind of within technology within that?
Chris, if you ask me 5 to 6 years back, right, most of the data with the insurers are still living in the Excel world, especially the analytics space. But things have changed rapidly. I think people understood that data is the new monetary asset, and we have to really play around it. I think that message has been consumed across the insurers globally, not just with AI to start with, across all the FSIs. And as long as you have the data, I think you need to have the automation in place. As far as AI Singapore is concerned, right, the framework that I have put in for automation is what I call it as the True Blue automation. So when I say True Blue automation is 100% automation, which is a combination of two things, BPM and RPA, which is your business process management automation and the robotic process automation. And I try to make sure that we have a right mix, because you cannot be really doing the business transformation. That's the reason you need to have an RPA to subside it and make sure that you go hand in hand. But the end game is true 100% of business process automation. But I would say that to achieve that, you need to have sustainable RPA support as well.
Nice. And then going back to the start, you mentioned about the kind of the work you do around startup advisory across Singapore and Asia. How has the landscape changed over the course of the pandemic, and are we slowly seeing that improve if it has, gone the other way, kind of thing?
Yes, it did have an effect, Chris. I mean, I would be lying if saying that pandemic didn't have any effect across organizations, right? And the same thing for startups as well. It really slowed down a bit, primarily because most of the startups in Singapore and Asia Pacific, as you rightly know, right? I mean, either they're early startups who are dependent on incubators to start with, or there are startups which had a series of funding and then waiting for your consumers to get into it to improve their bottom line or top line. I think both scenarios have been implicated due to pandemic to start with. I mean, incubators are also starting to take things slowly, as well as those startups which have series funding are very difficult to get the consumers. But having said that, things have changed rapidly. I think as every other organization, startups have also get used to the new ways of working, for the lack of a better word. So I think things are improving a lot. I would say, at least in Singapore and the Asia Pacific ecosystem, I would say things have improved a lot from where it was like early this year.
Yeah, well, that's good. And then finally, any kind of advice to those working in digital innovation strategy and in responding to the current crisis, and what can be done to succeed and come out the other end, in terms of leadership and things like that?
Chris, I think one thing which I've learned from my experience over the years is, I mean, everyone have seen our crisis in 2009, the first financial crisis, and we are back there in a couple of years, strong and rebound, right? So one thing I've learned is there's always an opportunity in a crisis. I mean, you have to take it literally when I say that. So what you really need to do, I think the one thing is you have to really be bold. So you have to really be bold during the pandemic, and the other thing is you have to be agile. When I say agile, it's not about you're rolling out your products in agile way of working. It's also your thought process or a digital innovation in agile way, right? Probably there are 10 initiatives on your table, right? But during the pandemic, you have to really prioritize. You really prioritize across the 4 areas of pragmatism, technology, analytics, digital, which you need to really put forward to make sure that there's right value coming back to the organization. So if you ask me, I think the one message that I really give for those people who are really trying to dabble across digital innovation during pandemic is be bold. There was always an opportunity in the crisis, and make sure that you do the proper planning and bring the right value back to your organization.
Nice. And then just quickly on that, has the pandemic kind of affected the way you're working or the way your team work at the moment as well?
It did, Chris. It did. But having said that, we put the right processes in place in Singapore. I think we are back in less than 2 weeks with the new ways of working. And let me tell you, teams have really adopted change very well. I think that also proves that we are really good at adopting change.
Yeah.
But it's just that we need a trigger. And as I told you before, we took this as an opportunity.
Well, that's it, isn't it? I think I've heard that it's great that you've echoed the point as well from these events that a lot of people have used, this is, almost a silver lining. It's almost bad to say that, but because there's obviously so much bad has come from COVID. But in terms of innovation and thinking quickly and reacting and adapting and pivoting, it has forced some organisations into positive kind of transformations. Those that kind of can and do survive it. Just looking at more on the positive side, on the flip side of things.
Yep, I agree with you, Chris.
Well, Saravan, thank you so much for joining us and for letting me kind of navigate your role and your kind of your thoughts and insights as well. It's a real pleasure to have had you with us, and I think it was a great conversation where you shared kind of ample amounts of insights with us. So thank you very much.
My pleasure, Chris. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and enjoy the rest of your day, Saravan.
You too, man. Cheers.
So that was Saravan joining us, Head of Digital and Enterprise Architecture at AIA, a great conversation where we learned quite a bit about his role and how AIA are responding within the pandemic, and also how they're innovating from within. And it's great that he's raised some points around people and culture, because it's something we're definitely diving into a little bit later this morning as well, with regards to some of the content from the presentations and whatnot. So I'm really glad that he kind of shared that sentiment as well. We're now going to be moving on to the next presentation. In this presentation, we're joined by Shan Awaz, who's a Vice President at Deutsche Bank. He's their Client Experience Product Owner. Within this presentation, Shah's going to be offering an overview of digital right now amidst the pandemic and the changing business climate we're now faced with. Unfortunately, Shah is unable to join us for the live Q&A session afterwards, but has indicated he's very happy to be contacted via LinkedIn if people did want to reach out afterwards or ask any kind of questions from after his presentation being aired. So I'm going to now play that presentation. We're then going to be in to a short morning break where we will then have the Daggerwing Group presentation on that mentioned people and culture side of things. And we're also going to be joined for another fireside chat by Radha, who is the head of APAC Business Partnerships from Facebook. In that chat, we're going to be looking at building digital businesses for success. And then we have the Optus presentation, which is looking more at their kind of agile transformation and their digital journey. And then we've got a final break before a panel session with News Corp, UPS, and the former Chief Transformation Officer from Teachers Health. So now I'm going to play that presentation, and then we'll be into a short break. Thanks so much.
Product owner for clients experience in Deutsche Bank, and having a wide-ranging experience in financial services through my career, I can tell you that the journey has been quite reflective even of the times that we've moved on, and very much easily. I think the times that we are facing now is tops, from the most from a change perspective, because the global pandemic seems to have had a touch point with all of us, and it's changed our lives dramatically overnight. And that is why I chose this topic today. And in reflection, since the start of this pandemic, um, my thoughts are how we went through this journey, how we are going through it, and how digitalization has come as a boon in cushioning most of these effects, and how we are navigating that journey, and how we should be taking a informed approach as we move along, because the pandemic is going to stay with us for a while, until we see the vaccines and things out. But thankfully, of technology at our disposal, and with the pandemic, a focus on digitalization that has helped in, I would say, tackling the pandemic. Yeah, and that is why I wanted to start off my presentation with this quote by one of these 19th century philosophers, who says, "A ship in the harbor is safe, but that is not what ships are built for," isn't it? And that is where I thought where we were before the pandemic. We had a lot of things at our disposal. We had technologies. We already had the digitalization going in, but for some reason, I think the adoptions and the understanding was quite low in that matters. And and this is where, if anything at all, the pandemic has done any good for us, is bringing in focus to this, and helping us to rapidly adopt digitalization. And one thing that I'd like to also share my thoughts are, digitalization is not something that has been in the works for the last couple of years or so, because it seems like many people believe digitalization has been happening very recently, but that is not the case. Digitalization has been a journey, and this has been running through decades. And right through the times when we started using computers, the time when we started using digital technologies to storing our files, from floppies to disks to USBs now, right? So it has been a journey, and I think now is the time when the pandemic has kind of shown us the path towards, I would say, a true digitalization. Yeah, and the frequent experiences that I have in Mike's, line of work, talking to my colleagues, my counterparts, and even from other industries, has been that digitalization was always considered very abstract. What I mean by that is, uh, it was not very well understood as to what digitalization meant. I mean, I can give you an example wherein I had this scenario of someone explaining to me that they've gone digitalization because now their clients don't need to, send the documents by mail, but they could, upload it via some browser or some mobile app, and then, so we are digitalized, and I was not entirely convinced, because there is also a false notion that digitalization means building mobile apps. Yeah, it means you're connected to the social media, maybe the some feeds, and you're done. And that is not the case. For me, digitalization means front to back focus on bringing efficiency through automations, removing obstructions in your servicing your clients, and having a holistic front to back, end to end holistic view of making your process more efficient, and not just one part of the story, and then keeping your clients at the center point of everything is what I believe is digitalization all about. So it hasn't started now, and it's not going to end in a few years. It's a journey, and that we will be continuing with that. And somewhere, the like I was explaining in a few moments earlier, the good thing that has happened is this shift from good to have or too hyped up mindset. Now we are in a world wherein we have during the pandemic, the technology and the digital adoption coming in not only as a cushion but also as an enabler. And we've already seen that there has been a boom in those organizations which were already online, who were digitally connected to their clients, who didn't have to wait until this pandemic to do that. And going by that, another example of what digitalization is not is when someone tells me that yes, we are digital now because the pandemic forced us to use video conferencing. Yeah, we are on Zoom and we are on Cisco WebEx, so we are digital. Not really. That is not digital. Connecting, like I said, front to back with your clients, with your customers, is what digitalization is all about, removing those inefficiencies. And that is where we could see the industries, those organizations which were have been doing that, thriving during this time. Yeah, we have a great example of where I live in Singapore, wherein the SMEs have been able to transform digitally by adopting to latest technologies, to going into cloud, for instance, for adopting AI, going into big data, right? Doing things in collaboration rather than siloed, and that has helped organizations to really move up during this curve. And the examples are numerous, be it healthcare, be it manufacturing, be it in financial services, right? And the domain that my line of work is on wealth management, wherein we've been seeing a lot of products being launched, wherein we will be much focus to our clients' needs, enabling them digitally, right? Which was unheard of, especially in in this industry, which requires a lot of personalized, and curated products. And while there have been concerns of usage from a perspective of organizations, supporting cloud, but I think that is something which also has enabled a lot of infrastructure organizations to be participating in this the digital economy. Yeah, and however, there has been also a concern and risks identified when which regards to cybersecurity and the privacy concerns. Not that it was not before it, but this is something which plays a key role now, that the world is now slowly moving digital. And I think we need to thank our stars that we were prepared more or less to adopt to these new technologies, and there is no other way. And I think because after this, our clients, our customers are going to expect this service regardless of the pandemic or not, right? And it has been an abrupt push to our customers, but I think now they like it. And it is imperative that organizations across various industries have understood that and are prepared to move in those directions. And here are some of those interesting stats I thought would give this indication of what has happened in the past few months. And of course, we're talking about the stats from a US consumers perspective, but this is a global trend. As we can see, the adoption of digital channels and the access has been quite significant. Yeah, and we can see that in the last few months, the proportion of uptake, regardless of industries, has been quite significant. Yeah, and especially if we look at industries which were in the phases of gradual movements, I see that there has been a marked shift in the digital adoption. And as well, we all know we have been mostly working from home for unless there has been a need to be in office. And then this clearly shows us that how a digital ready organization are able to thrive and continue with their workabouts without much disruption. Of course, there is a lot of pros and cons of working remotely. As an example, I thought this would be interesting to know that the digital adoption and the tools and the technologies have enabled work to be carried on. Yeah, and of course we've seen this numbers skyrocket during this time, and that has been one of the I would say key drivers for at least countries which were digital ready. Yeah, wherein even during the lockdowns, I think the economy and was able to be continuing, not complete halt. Yeah. Um, with that, I would also like to spend some time on how the digital organizations. I'm specifically using that term because that is going to be the new normal, and for the future. When I say future, it is at the moment right now, but that is something that our clients will expect, our users will expect. So having a, a roadmap wherein the priorities are aligned to have uh, uh, channels which are ready to be integrated with end-to-end client needs, um, operationalizing and automating much of those redundant mundane tasks, and thinking front to back and end to end a holistic customer journey is what will lead us in the next step. Of course, I've also got examples practically wherein there has also been a marked way of different ways of working, and agile with multidisciplinary autonomous teams is as well, I thought, the next wave in which we would be able to thrive during such times. such times. So it's not this shift in the mindset, creating plans that are aligned to the organizational and digital priorities, wherein the organizations are able to access their throughput, and they're able to drive productivity. And very increasingly, because of this adoption, there will be a lot of upskill required in this digital world. So as we develop next generation capabilities, it is also important to strengthen that the gaps that we've had in these times in bringing about that change, not only outside for the customers, but also within. And there are numerous examples wherein this has um, worked quite effectively. And I think as we progress along there, both on the emerging markets and the developed world, are selectively modernizing and those technology capabilities. It is high point in time that the world needs to collaborate in this new normal, that I would call it, and be able to deploy new models, leveraging agile ways of working, leveraging remote ways of working, and build those world-class decision support systems, models, and servicing our customers. And that is something which I think increasingly will be prevalent, and uh, to be able to thrive in in the next era. I think digital is not just necessary; it is going to be paramount. So I would like to close my talk by quickly summarizing that digitalization is a journey. We've Due to the pandemic, it has been accelerated, but it was always in the works. And it is not just about technology, but it's about this whole mindset, and having this whole holistic journey in making our organizations and our customers successful. And I'd be happy to take any questions. So please feel free to ask them. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Presentation. Unfortunately, I can't join for that Q&A session this morning, but as I've mentioned before, he's happy to be contacted on LinkedIn if you've got any follow-up or any questions that you'd like to put forward to him. We are now into a short session break. Afterwards, we're going to be joined by Daggerwing Group with a presentation focused on the people side within digital transformation. Also a fireside chat with the head of APAC business partnerships at Facebook on building digital businesses for success, and also a presentation with Optus on agility and their digital journey. Later on, we also have an excellent panel session confirmed with 3 great panelists where we look ahead with digital transformation into 2021. So now going into a short break, a little ahead of schedule here, but we will be back with the Daggerwing presentation at 10 o'clock Singapore time. And if you're watching from Australia, as I know there's quite a few registered in Australia, that's 1 p.m. for you if you're based in Sydney or Melbourne. So short break now, and we'll be back with you in about 40 minutes time. Thank you so much. We're now going to the second session where we have two great presentations and a fireside chat. Just in case there are viewers that have just joined us, by way of kind of housekeeping notes, there is a chat function if you're visiting us on Beyond Business Buzzwords, our conference page. So if you do have any questions for the next couple of presentations, do feel free to pop those questions in that chat, and I will pick those up and get them answered for you. In terms of the Q&A, we have a Q&A session following the next presentation, the Daggerwing Group presentation, and we also have a fireside chat following that with Facebook, Head of APAC Business Partnerships, and then the final presentation, the Optus presentation, does not have a Q&A. So we're first going to be joined by Daggerwing Group, who are our APAC event sponsors. They've also joined us on the road for our UK event and also our US event. They've shared some brilliant insights into the people side of digital or technology business transformation. And in this presentation, we're excited to hear from Cheryl Ferguson, who's the president and co-founder of Daggerwing Group, and Ning Wong, who's the associate principal and head of APAC. And they're going to be sharing their insights into the people and cultural elements of digital transformation, which was touched on earlier by both our presenters and within the fireside chat. So it's great to kind of dive deeper into that right now. After this presentation, we're going to be joined by Cheryl and Ning for a live Q&A. But before we do that, we're going to hear their great presentation on looking at the people side of transformation. So I'm going to play that now, and then in about 20 minutes, we'll be joined by Cheryl and Ning for that Q&A session. So as mentioned, get your questions in the chat function if you do have any. Thanks so much.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Daggerwing Group's presentation on getting digital transformation right the first time. Our POV is that it's not about your tech, it's about your people. I am Cheryl Ferguson, and I am the president and co-founder of Daggerwing.
And hi, I'm Ning Wong. I'm the head of APAC for Daggerwing based in Singapore.
So we are really grateful for the time you're going to spend with us this morning. Here's our promise to you of what's going to happen in the next 20 minutes. Number one, you are going to learn all about the greatest failure factors for digital transformation from a people perspective. Number two is you're going to learn how to read the minds of your people. What are they really thinking, and how you can use that knowledge to influence what people think, feel, and do when it comes to digital transformation. And last, you're going to learn how to get your people leaders to embrace, drive, and accelerate the digital transformation that you're probably on the hook for. So why does that matter? Right now, the stakes in digital transformation have never been higher, and the risks of failure have never been greater. In fact, this year, Harvard Business Review published an article, and they said digital transformation today is less about technology and more about people, and that's where we come in. Daggerwing Group is a global change consultancy that's really focused on the people side of change. We're rated in the top 10 in change consulting for the impact that we have on clients. And we do all kinds of business transformation and changes. So mergers, acquisitions, big org structure changes, culture changes. But about a third of what we do is in the area of digital marketing and CX transformation. And we are extremely proud of our roster of clients and the leaders that we get to work with, and how we have helped them to do change right the first time by focusing on the people side of change. So that actually brings us to a story I'd like to convey about a client we worked with a few years ago, a great big global giant that was working on a digital transformation, making massive investments in data, in digital, in tools to really change the entire way that marketing and sales was going to engage with their customers. And after all the money was spent, several months later, there was tremendous frustration by the leaders because there was no business impact. They weren't seeing a return on all the time and effort in getting those digital tools and technologies in place. So that's where we were brought in. And what we really saw was that it was definitely a people-centered problem. So on one side was the leaders. The leaders, they didn't explain well enough what was changing and why. They didn't create any kind of sense of urgency. They didn't address the concerns of their own people. Aside from sort of one-off training, they didn't really help people build the skills they needed. And they didn't necessarily think through all the ways that structure and process needs to change to enable using these digital tools and technologies. So on the flip side, what did employees do? Well, they did not see any reason to change. They didn't really understand what was expected of them. They certainly didn't feel that they could do anything that might be seen as risky and be publicly, taking a risk in front of their colleagues or bosses. They didn't feel that managers were listening to them. And they didn't really even know, even if they were ready to take it on, if I come to work tomorrow, what am I supposed to do differently? They didn't know. These are exactly the kind of trends that we see over and over again when we get brought in digital transformation. So Ning?
Thanks, Cheryl. So throughout all these years, Daggerwing keeps coming across 8 key human factors that influence the success of organizational transformation, including digital, of course. So if you're the one leading the change and you're handling every aspect of the organization against a tight timeline, chances are you haven't had the chance to think about all these different human factors, such as, have you articulated a compelling and meaningful vision for your people? Have common biases been surfaced to be addressed meaningfully? Have you unveiled how people actually feel about having to build new skills? So what we realized is that the starting point for most change drivers is these assumptions about how the people would respond to a big digital drive and announcement. You'd think they'd be excited because they're going, great, I can't wait to get started. It means learning new skills, new things, count me in. Or this is good for our people, our business, and our customers. I get it. I'm part of the journey. Well, the truth is that you might see people smiling and nodding and going along with the change, but they're likely thinking these thoughts, really. Do they care more about tech than about me now? Things keep changing. What if I can't keep up? Everything's working great now. Why should we change? I stand to lose more than I will gain by adopting these new digital tools, right? I know every company is accelerating digital and we need to take it seriously, but why? So for today, we'd like to focus on 2 key human factors that relate to both your people and your leaders. Assuming you already have a clear, communicated vision, let's talk about how you can start to tackle 4, which is about understanding how your people actually see, think, and feel to respond to changes. And 5, supporting your people leaders themselves in embracing and driving change. And we'd like to share with you today on what you can do and what they need to hear in order to make sure change is successful. So starting with common biases not being surfaced or addressed. What this really means is about diving deep to understand and address how people are really feeling so we can address their real needs and their biases. So did you know that we receive 11 million bits of information every moment, and yet we're only processing 40 bits of such information at a time? What this really means is 99.99999% of the information that you're taking in right now is unconsciously biased. What this means is this results in decisions and responses driven by how we perceive reality as opposed to what reality is in reality. So let's start with the very first one, which is the most common for us, and we'll experience it all at our point in our lives at some point. This is just a status quo bias. It's that everything's working great now. Why should we need to change? So we all know the meaning of staying in your comfort zone versus stepping out of your comfort zone. And this is exactly what it is. It's natural for us to stick to what we know, even when we're presented with something that could be better on the other side. But how do you start to drive this mindset shift from why should we change to, yes, you're right, things could be better, especially it makes life easier for us all. So here are a few tips that I would like to share with you on what you can do. Make your company's vision tangible, meaningful, and inclusive. What we mean by that is rather than saying this is good for our bottom line, this is good for our customers, this is good for business growth, let's talk about you. This is good for you. This is good for you to focus on your priorities. It's great for you to focus on what truly matters, such as your family, for example. So next point then would be emphasizing pain points in the current systems and showing people how they can be eased if you step outside of the comfort zone and start to explore the new things. And in order to make that step easy, we need to start thinking about what's intuitive to your people when they're taking that first step as well. And of course, when they've taken that first step and you need to start moving them down the program, you need to state a clear deadline for when the visible impact could be expected. So what they'll need to hear from you is, in how many months you'll see the digital helping us spot problems faster. Let me show you how these new tools can save you time and effort so that you can focus on what matters, your customers, your personal priorities, even your family. And once you try it, I guarantee you won't look back. So let's move on to the next one, the loss aversion bias, which is exactly what it is. It's a fear of losing what you already have, even though the future may be brighter and better for you. So it's the tendency to prefer avoiding things. It's like having something in your hand and not knowing what's out there. It's allowing people to come to terms with what they may be losing isn't that substantial. So imagine if you can change that mindset to shift it once again from losing more than I will gain to, hey, you're right, I'm not actually losing anything substantial, and the end results seem great. So once again, a few tips on what you can do. By making the gain clear and compelling to clarify what's in it for your people, it will allow them to hold on to something tangible in the future where the grass is greener on the other side. By clarifying with your people what they see as being a loss, you're also helping them to come to terms that it may not be this substantial. Also, the idea of getting them together with other people to promote sharing of ideas and opinions that get them thinking forward rather than having them stuck in the present is also a good way to go. So what they'll hear from you is, if you feel the current ways of working might be compromised, let me know how and why exactly. And let's put a team together to make sure we address those gaps for you and your colleagues as well. Now let's move on to our last bias for today, which is the availability bias. Some people would call it the fear of missing out bias, also commonly known in Singapore as Gia Su. It's the idea of where you see someone lining up for something and it's a long queue and you can't help but get in line because you know that something's great at the end of it. You're not so sure what it could be, but if everyone's in that line, you have a fear of missing out. So you get into that line, and the next question is, why are you getting in that line for yourself? It's the same thing for digital transformation. We know that companies are accelerating digital. We need to take it seriously, but why? So how do you shift it over to, you're right, we need to get on board because this digital change makes complete sense given where we want to go. So what that means for you is, if you can make your company's vision tangible, meaningful and visible for people so they know why digital change needs to happen, then it will make sure that it's specific in terms of your people's goals, the benefits for them. So it helps to clarify how your goals are, what your goals are, and how it achieves it. And it emphasizes how it benefits your people and the key stakeholders in your group. So what they need to hear from you is, this transformation plan was specially developed for us, our people, our processes, and our priorities now and into the future. It's one of our pillars of growth. It'll take us to number one. It will make us faster, and this is how. So then over to Cheryl to continue as to why leaders do not drive the change then.
Exactly. So that example that I gave at the beginning, where there's a failure, and a lot of that failure was a failure of leadership. So, what everyone wants to do is to ensure that leaders are the reason you succeed, not something putting you at risk for failing. So think about digital transformation is ultimately you may want hundreds or even thousands of employees to do things differently. use new tools, use data in new ways of working, new standardization. And of course, you think that it's your people leaders, that they are going to actually be that frontline driving force for change, right? In fact, leaders may not be as prepared as they think. So there was a study that came out this year from MIT Sloan on, they interviewed more than 4,000 leaders in 120 countries about a leadership playbook for the digital age. And some of the findings that are presented here are a little bit shocking in terms of readiness. So just 12% of the people that were spoken to feel that the leaders in their companies have the right mindset. Only 40% felt that there was like a pipeline of future leaders coming along. And less than 10% felt that leaders had the right skills to thrive. So a bit worrisome. Let's look at what the individual leaders thought. So a little bit more promising. 7 out of 10 leaders agreed that they do feel prepared to lead in a digital economy. But leading a business in a digital economy is not the same as leading a digital transformation that gets you there. So in fact, less than 60% of leaders believe they had the skills to command respect among the people that report to them and their peers. Less than 60% are confident in their own ability to be role models in using these new tools and technologies. And less than 60% are ready to advocate for the kind of changes that have to happen across other functions. So those are really essential to digital transformation. It really boils down to everything Ning talked about earlier about your people. People leaders are people too. They also have fears and biases. Think about it. A lot of people got ahead because they sort of graduated in a safe passageway through a series of conventional roles. And risk of failure really wasn't a part of how they got ahead. And all of a sudden, here comes digital transformation. All these new skills, things they don't know, can be exceptionally frightening. And they're going to be so preoccupied with what it means for them and their own fears of failure that they're not going to be on your side leading that change. So we need to get people from a very worried in their own head state as leaders to a very confident, can't wait to lead my people state. So, at the beginning, people might be thinking, they're asking me questions, I don't know what to do. And they're really feeling at this point, it's very natural for your people leaders to say, it's all about me. And they really are not seeing the business benefit or what they have to do as leaders. You need to get them to, I can't wait to share this with my people. I can't wait for everyone to go on a journey and I'm going to be the leader. So how does that happen? Here's a few tips. So first of all, it's really helpful to engage your people leaders and let them come up with their own personal motivation, their own why. Why is this good for them and their career? They need a personal motivation as well as, of course, being motivated by what's good for your customers and your business. Second, don't wait till you're about to launch digital transformation before bringing these people leaders in. Bring them in now. Give them a chance to get more familiar with the terms and the technology and everything happening, as well as really start to accept what your expectations are for them. And third, of course, fear of failure is going to be paramount, almost paralyzing. So you need to give them a sense that it's okay to try and test, and that doesn't mean that you're failing, and let them work amongst themselves as peers and support each other. So what they need to hear is they need to hear, where do they fit into the big picture, right? So our digital transformation plan was developed for us. It's our priorities, our processes, and our people, and that includes you. We want to make sure you have what you need to lead your people on an exciting journey. Let's start by understanding what this journey means for you and how we can support you. So it really is, the more you get them to the point where, aha, I get what this means for me, then they can turn into the leaders that you need them to be. Because really, doing digital transformation right the first time really does involve migrating people. As you've been listening to us, you've heard that people are going to be angry and confused and frustrated, and you need to shift them from these red and yellow zones over to green so that they're accepting, they're proud, they're excited. That's exactly the kind of mindset that's going to fuel your successful digital transformation the first time.
So today we only covered 2 key human factors, common biases, and helping people lead. But there's 6 other key human factors of digital transformation on which we'd love to share our learnings with you. My other 2 favorites, for example, would be around encouraging and enabling people to develop new skills and behaviors, and organizational systems and other initiatives having to be aligned with change. But we'll leave that for another day. Meanwhile, to learn more about human factors and other types of transformation work that Daggerwing does, do reach out to me anytime. Thank you for your time today, and we look forward to answering any questions you might have in our Q&A session.
Good
morning, us from Daggerwing Group, sharing a quick overview on the people part of transformation. Great insights from Daggerwing. As mentioned at the start of the presentation, we have had Daggerwing join us for both our UK European event and our North American event, where we've heard kind of similar sentiments. So it's great to be touching on the people, the crucial people part of digital transformation, and gaining more understanding within that. I think Cheryl and Ning are with us now for the Q&A session. Cheryl and Ning, if you just want to come on with your mic and camera, the controls are to the top right, not top left. So if you can get yourselves switched on, and then we can start the Q&A session. Just quickly, while we wait for that to happen, while we wait for Cheryl and Ning to come through, if you do have any questions, I've seen a few coming through on the chat function in our conference page on Beyond Business Buzzwords. If you do have any questions, do pop them in there. We've got questions for about 10 minutes now. I can see Ning has joined us. Good morning, Ning. Welcome. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Morning.
Thank you for your presentation and for sharing those insights. It was great to have you with us, and I think, I'm not sure if you managed to watch any of this morning's earlier morning presentations, but they kind of touched upon the people side of transformation alongside it, and saying it's probably the biggest challenge that their organizations face, that shift, that culture transformation shift. So it's really interesting to kind of hear yourselves that kind of expert opinion and insights where you're working with that kind of day in, day out.
Yep, absolutely. I saw a message from Marilyn about how do we actually help leaders manage remotely, especially in the times of pandemic, and we're helping our clients do that at this very moment. I think there's a whole lot of, there's a big shift that we're helping the leaders that we're working with at C-suite level figure out how they could start injecting trust and autonomy and accountability into the way people are working today. We find that a lot of leaders are feeling very fatigued from having to be available 24/7 for their people. So they're also wearing themselves thin. So we have been helping our leadership teams set in certain management structures that promote both synchronous and asynchronous management styles. And what we mean by that is, in terms of synchronous, is the idea of having structured cadences of working with people, checking in with people, taking care of people. And rather than just it's me to you, me telling you what to do, a lot of it is centered around conversations. Always starting off with, hey, how's it going? How are you doing? What's top of mind for you today? Let's kind of get all these out of the way before we start tackling what is the order of the day. And then if there's certain things that are being revealed in the synchronous structured meeting forum, you would take it offline and we say, hey, if you got time for a cup of coffee over Zoom, maybe we could catch up later for half an hour. Grab your morning coffee, I'll grab my morning coffee, and let's have a conversation about how things are going. We're also getting leaders to adopt more democratized platforms, such as getting them to leverage Teams, for example, where they're always able to check with other people how they're going, getting them to shift away from meeting rooms to go into more of live chats and just hello, just to see how you are, rather than set up a half an hour meeting. We also say, let's just talk for 5 minutes. Let's just chat for 5 minutes to see how things are, in the sense of more casual. So it's a bit more personal. And we're also encouraging leaders to delegate their own responsibilities to other people so that they don't feel like they have to be on 24/7. I'm sure a lot of us here have heard of this idea of dual leadership, where you actually have people in similar roles just kind of taking care of the night and day approach. So someone gets to recharge while the other one's taking care of some other aspect, but they're all within the same role. So there are many things that we can do that help leaders deal with remote management and this constant 24/7 demand in this time of pandemic, really.
Nice. That's a really good answer. Thank you, Ning. And welcome, Cheryl. I can see you're with us now. How are you? How are you this morning?
Really great.
Thanks for joining us. And I was saying to Ning before, thanks for the presentation. It was a really nice kind of oversight into your world. And I was also mentioning that we've had Daggerwing involved in our UK event, in our North American event. It's been great to have you involved and to kind of understand your perspectives on probably what is the most crucial part of any kind of digital or straight up kind of business transformation. So it's been really nice to hear from you. Ning, on that point as well, and this is for both of you. I mean, your jobs must be tenfold harder at the moment with that huge shift to kind of the remote workplace. You know, we're seeing a rapid rise of digital tools and technologies in the workplace. Even before the pandemic, adoption was up a huge amount. How difficult is it going to be kind of moving forward and navigating 2021 when we're hearing a lot about kind of hybrid patterns of work and everything like this? How much is the ecosystem and landscape going to change as we move forward?
If you're talking about the hybrid approach where we're looking at flexible working, or people, I mean hybrid, we're talking about people who may opt to go back into the office and then also work from home, then there's definitely a lot of emphasis that we're putting in terms of culture, values and behaviors that we are looking at getting our leaders to adopt and promote within the organizations. So when you think about the hybrid model, a lot of it is, if we keep going the way of Team A and Team B, for example, right now, even at this point, there are half of the workforce who aren't feeling they're connecting with the other half of the workforce, because you're always switching into this kind of rotation. Even now, we're saying still leverage this idea of virtual asynchronous and synchronous kind of collaboration to make sure that people who aren't seeing each other every other day are still syncing up. Always allow for time that's in a way online with people who are not with you in the office, to be able to make sure that that kind of camaraderie is still promoted. In terms of this idea of hybrid, next year, let's just say that the vaccine kicks in and we're still opting for the work-life balance, I suppose, then this gives us an opportunity to, once again, promote that sense of trust and accountability for leaders and managers. We realize a lot of managers want their people to be back in the office after. Some of them are still waiting for this moment to be over so that they can go back to this 100% normalcy. I think it will be another 6 months when people are still coming to terms about that this is the next normal, right? We keep talking about that. And it's about putting in the right working protocols. We'd love to talk more about that. We don't really have too much time for that today, but we definitely have a lot of views on that. But Cheryl, would you like to add to that?
Sure. I think the one thing that if there's any kind of, positive coming out of what we went through this year is we're seeing a lot of companies that are saying, we're way more adaptable than we thought we were. We thought we would never change. Thought we were a monolith. And it was like, turning the Titanic, we just couldn't change. And now they're realizing that that necessity has made them so much more adaptable. And so it's taking companies that are very conservative and hesitant about change to say, let's go for it. So I think we're really optimistic next year that this whole idea about adaptability being how we are, and it's okay to live with this uncertainty, and we're going to get through it. There's more optimism. I think we're looking forward to leaders in 2021 really harnessing that digital transformation and pretty much every kind of business transformation.
Sure, nice answers. And then with going back to your presentation where you were talking about kind of the leadership needed to be in place, why are leaders so reluctant and resistant to kind of change in large parts of business, and how difficult can it be to kind of, you know, reconfigure them and change their mindset?
Ning, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I think that's exactly one of the key points we covered earlier on. It's that, you know, leaders who do not drive change, and we recognize that most of the time, a lot of them are under pressure to always come across as we know everything. But if you think about it, given that they're at the very front of this journey of ambiguity, who's actually there to help them navigate through it? Yeah. So I think a lot of the reasons why people are afraid to kind of to take the next step is, are leaders themselves permitted to fail? Are they permitted to fail and learn? We keep talking about learning culture and fail and learn, but are we actually allowing the people who are meant to be promoting them, these values, doing it themselves? So I think a lot of it comes with, for example, right, recently we just did this whole leadership team building session, one of our clients here in Singapore, and they're actually in the aerospace industry. And we had a very frank conversation with all the leaders about the vulnerability they're feeling. And we were talking about, as Cheryl was saying, adaptability, authenticity, resilience. And a lot of them felt that they've been going through this journey on their own, where they come together to try and solve problems, but they don't come together to give each other peer support when it comes to vulnerability. So it's going and tackling these biases that we're feeling ourselves and recognizing leaders are people too, which is, I guess, the first step, and hence our message about leaders being people too.
Nice. And Cheryl, did you have anything to add on that?
No, I really think that treating leaders like people and really enabling them. You know, we finished a project again last year where we really focused on the top 100 leaders in a company, and they were able to cascade to thousands of employees in 210, you know, countries with digital transformation and get it right. But making them super confident in what they were saying and what they were doing and how they were going to answer questions was just so critical.
Nice. And quickly, final question. You mentioned about workforce reactions to the announcements of transformation projects. What are the key things to consider when making an internal announcement for the best impact?
Okay, so Cheryl, I'll take this one as well. So when we think about when we're talking about making a big announcement, we call it, that's like the front of the curtain, right? So we're making this big announcement, we're launching this big initiative, but what a lot of people don't realize is that the announcement actually isn't really the start of the journey, because there are people that you already have to rally around it. Would be your people managers, would already be some change champions who are there and they're rooted within the workforce themselves to sense the sentiments around. There's also this idea that announcements are just announcements if they're not meaningful to the people listening to them. So how do you make sure that your announcement has a clear message of where you need to go, that very clear, compelling vision? What does this actually mean when people are hearing it? So what do they need to hear when you're having this announcement? So getting your support team around that, so that when you actually launch that big announcement, that's already pretty much a 2 to 3 months preparation once you've determined that you're going to launch this new digital transformation initiative.
Nice.
When you think about the biases that we talked about today, we know those biases are going to be there. We know you're going to stare at the Zoom screen and the smiling faces have those "what about me" thought bubbles happening. So that should be the clue on make sure your messaging and all the prep you do with leaders is preempting status quo bias, loss aversion bias, you know, all the different types of biases. You know it's there. Get ready with the messages. Get the leaders ready to look for it and tackle it and counter it.
Nice. Well, Ning, Cheryl, that's all we've got time for in the Q&A. It's a topic we could talk all day about, and I really appreciate you being able to join us for the Q&A session, and also for the great presentation before that. So a big thanks to both of you. Ning, I know you had some contact details up on that last presentation slide, so if people do want to continue the conversation, they can follow the link, the QR code given on there.
Yeah, thank you. Very happy to.
Thanks, Ning, and thanks, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Good day.
Good day, everyone.
That was a great presentation and Q&A session from Cheryl and Ning from Daggerwing, our event partners and sponsors for this APAC event. We're now going to be joined by Radha Amalraj, who is head of APAC business partnerships at Facebook. Radha has had an exciting career working for many, if not all, of the tech giants, Amazon, Google, Twitter, and now, of course, Facebook. And in this chat, we're going to be covering ground on building digital businesses for success and what exactly that might entail. So I can see Radha is with us on the backstage, just waiting for Radha to come through so we can kick off the Q&A session. As I've mentioned numerous times, do forgive me for repeating myself, but people kind of come in and out of the online event. If you do have any questions and you're on the Beyond Business Buzzwords page, you can just pop your question within that chat function, and I will look to get that answered for you. We'll also be sharing some of the content today through our on-demand platforms. So if you missed any of this morning's presentations, we'll be sharing some of those, so you can watch those back. You can also go back on the stream link as well and watch this morning a bit later on. Radha, I can see you're with us. If you can find the video and mic buttons there on the top right of the page, hopefully you can see them, and just click those to come on, and then we can go about the fireside chat. Coming up after this session, we have a presentation from Optus on agile transformation and their digital journey. We're going to then have a quick 20-minute or so break before the panel session, which closes the event, which starts at noon Singapore time, and that's 3 p.m. Australian Eastern time as well. Just bear with us a few moments while we try and get Radha on stage for this chat. 1 second. Apologies for the delay here. Radha, if you can hear me, the controls are on the top right. If you just want to switch on your mic and cam, and then hopefully you'll come on to stage through onto here. Just a few moments, I think we're just coming through on this now. Apologies for the delay here.
Hey Chris, I hope I'm audible and visible now.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. I'm sorry about the technical difficulties.
No,
it's a nice day in Singapore.
It's absolutely fine. It's the perils of running online events as well. It's not as fluid as sometimes we want it to be, and that's down to the tech rather than yourself. So thanks so much for joining us, and it's good to have you with us. How are you today?
I'm fine, Chris. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
The pleasure's all mine. Thanks so much. So I think a good place to start on this would be maybe to give a bit of brief background about who you are and your role and your experience, and just to kind of touch on the introduction process.
Sounds good. So I currently work with Facebook. I manage business partnerships for Facebook for the APAC region for Integrity. Prior to this, most of my career has been with various online businesses. For over 10 years, I've been with various online companies, large and small. And the topic of discussion today around setting up online businesses is what majority of my career has been focused on. be it working at large companies like Amazon or Twitter and setting up businesses for them, or being a part of high growth startups and setting up businesses within those startups, or setting up a business on my own, which I did last year, and being an angel investor and an advisor to various startups. So it's been a lot of exposure to different facets of the online industry, and I'm looking forward to sharing some of my learnings.
Nice, an exciting time. So wanted to just kind of reflect on the previous presentation. So we've heard a lot about kind of the people and cultural element of technology businesses and digital businesses, and obviously you've been involved in building digital and tech businesses. So I wanted to kind of ask you about your experience there, and we often talk about the technology involved, the digital tools and technologies in place, but how important is it to kind of create the right mindset for success?
I think that's probably the single most important thing for success as a digital business. If you look at any successful digital business, be it Amazon or Google or Apple or Facebook, one thing that really all of them do well is to stay ahead of the curve. And they do this by constantly being at the forefront of innovation and by tracking what is happening, outside of even their industry, related and unrelated trends that could have potentially an impact on their core business. So I would say, creating that culture of being entrepreneurial and open and keeping eyes and ears open. And, that is something that should start ideally in a tech business at the leadership group, and that needs to percolate across all levels of the organization. One quote I would say share here with you today is what used to be a mantra at Amazon, where Jeff Bezos called out a day zero mindset. All of us, had been required to get to work with the mindset that it's day zero, with a level of agility, hunger, and flexibility to really start fresh and not get bogged by the structures and the large business that existed that we were a part of. So I think getting that right mindset and making sure that everyone's on page with that is probably the single most important ingredient to building a successful tech business.
Nice. And have you ever kind of, with that, encountered any kind of challenges or resistance in trying to set that out?
I would say it's it's a critical part of the culture, and getting that right and getting everyone aligned on that is easier said than done. Of course, there are a couple of tangible steps that an organization can take to make sure that it really runs across every single person in the organization, and it becomes a core part of the DNA. From hiring the right kind of people and ensuring that the culture is really entrepreneurial with a high degree of autonomy and ownership, where people have the ability to make mistakes and fail, and they have the environment where they can learn from their mistakes, and a culture where people can rally together and really support each other and work together as community. I think all of these really go a long way in bringing about that mindset.
Nice, yeah. And then we've seen an increase in new digital and tech-based businesses, or an evolution of tech businesses over the last decade or so, looking to address digital business challenges. What do you think are kind of the key ingredients for organizations to succeed in a digital context?
I think in addition to the mindset that we discussed about, I would probably summarize the three key ingredients as the 3 C's: context, culture, and community. I think for a tech business, it's really important to be constantly watching of the overall context and what it means for this particular organization. To give an example, ride-hailing businesses have significantly impacted the auto industry, and we couldn't have anticipated, let's say, 10 years back, that this industry would really, cause such a big dent to the auto industry. And today, all of us know that the self-driving cars business is potentially going to impact the ride-hailing business in a significant way. So I think the overall context and how things are shaping up is really important to, be constantly aware of and constantly mindful of, and that should be the center of of all the things that tech business does. Number 2 is culture. Like we discussed earlier, an entrepreneurial culture with a high degree of ownership is really important to make sure that people are able to act as owners, and they don't just get sucked into their day-to-day work, and are able to really look at the broader picture and how their work fits into the larger scheme of things. And number three, but not the least, is community. In Facebook, actually, there's a research that was done where it was, we found out that the single most important thing that helps employees stay engaged and helps to retain employees is an alignment to the mission of the organization. If employees are able to feel a connect between the day-to-day work and what the organization is trying to do, that really gives them a kind of energy that very few things can. So I would say these three are really, the core ingredients to being successful as a tech business.
Nice. And then looking more at the kind of the tech side of things, organizations like looking to further digitize their operations, kind of embracing automation, cloud, mobile. What, in your opinion, are the most important fundamental building blocks to kind of digitizing those business operations?
I've seen a lot of organizations make a mistake, which is they start really translating their offline workflows and processes into a digital one. It literally becomes a translation using digital tools and processes. And I feel the right way to probably get started, and to get the building block that needs to be in place is to put customers first. Understand what are the needs of the customer, and what parts of it can be improved further through technology, automation, or digitization. And once that is clear, I think then looking at the tools, systems, and processes that can enable that would really go a long way in ensuring that organizations are able to go through this transition to digital effectively.
Nice. And then in your career and throughout your experience, you've been responsible for kind of scaling up the organizations that you've worked for. What are the major challenges associated with getting past that startup stage, kind of not looking at the money or the investment side of things?
I would say the 3 C's that we spoke about: getting the context right, constantly staying abreast of the overall context and how the business model of the startup really fits into the context, and if it's staying relevant or not. I think that's very important. Again, getting the right kind of people and creating that culture in a startup, which has so many challenges. It's a lot easier for a large organization to, create that culture through various motives and legends, and, probably have a lot of systems and processes to get the right culture. But for a startup, it becomes challenging, and it has to be done more so through an alignment to the mission and vision of the organization. So in addition to these 3 C's, I've largely seen most startups struggle with 2 large challenges. One is where the founders, they have a challenge in terms of really getting the best people and then learning to let go. Time and again, we've seen so many startup founders struggle with that. And it is a fairly difficult, proposition for founders to learn to be able to do that. And I would say the second big challenge that I've seen a lot of startups go through is really, learning to move fast and learn from the mistakes and constantly evolve. I think it's very easy for, all of us get trained to, focus on accuracy and get things right. Whereas for a startup, it's really important to move fast at the cost of most other aspects, especially accuracy, and keep learning from making the mistakes, and keep trying to constantly make mistakes and undo those mistakes and make new ones, and constantly keep learning and evolving. I think I would say these are the 2 big challenges that I've seen most startups run into, and the ones that really manage to crack these 2 areas, I've seen them time and again emerge as winners.
And then just on that point, how do organizations increase their agility of creating, executing, and adjusting a strategy, moving fast and being agile?
I would say focusing on speed over accuracy. I think that's something that's true not just for startups, but for most tech businesses. I think it's important to create a room for people to, and what that means in terms of strategy and for an organization to enable that sort of a culture is really, promoting and really rewarding people who make those mistakes and learn from those mistakes. It's easier said than done to, focus on speed over accuracy. But how does an organization enable that day to day really becomes the determinant of, how that shapes the behavior in the organization. And I would say the second aspect is really, learning to build things for future while focusing on the present. Most tech companies do not have the wherewithal to really, sit and build for 5 to 10 years down the line. They are, really walking on a ground that's constantly changing and evolving. And it's a challenge as is to deliver and to get things done in this sort of a shifting context. And while doing that, it's also important to start building systems and processes and structures for tomorrow. So striking that balance between, delivering for today and building for tomorrow, but not too far out into tomorrow. I think that's a tricky balance that organizations need to get right.
Yeah, nice answer. And then going back to the culture, the people side of things, you've had great experience of bringing together cross-cultural and diverse teams in your past roles and your current role. Just how important is coherency here, and how difficult is it for leaders to manage and execute? It must be a tough old gig having to, manage disparate, especially right now when teams are even more siloed than before due to the kind of the pandemic.
Right. I think getting as many diverse perspectives as possible on the table is just so important for any organization, especially for an organization, in a tech industry, which is really all about the knowledge capital and about bringing those diverse perspectives and views to figure out the right approach. And most tech companies are catering to a very diverse set of customers, and getting the diversity within the organization really, becomes a microcosm of, a testing ground to be able to get the right products and solutions to the market that really caters to a broad set of customers. So I would say it's so important to do that. And, obviously managing that, diverse perspectives and various types of people calls for a coherent people strategy. And again, like we discussed earlier, it's really about, getting the right set of people and creating the right environment and giving them all the ownership and control to really go out and be their best. At Facebook, there's actually this philosophy about leadership called the servant leadership philosophy, which is almost a requirement for every manager at Facebook, which is to really get the best people and set them up for success, give them all the tools, all the support, and all the guidance that they need, and really get out of the way and operate as servants to the team, to let the team really shine. I think that philosophy is something that really resonates with me, and has proven to be a very good way of managing diverse sets of groups across cultures.
Nice, that's a really good answer, thank you. And then what are some of the key elements to building a digital brand that lasts? You've obviously worked for these big tech organizations that have built many digital brands and are here to stay. What are the key elements to building such?
I would say the fundamentals of building a brand, building a lovable and trusted brand, and creating a brand that is always that people are aware of, that they are willing to consider, purchase, and also have a great recall about. I think the fundamentals of that remain the same. I think not just a digital brand, for any brand, I think what they need to get right in today's age and stage is leveraging the various tools and techniques and best practices and understanding what the digital channels mean. Because it's something that every brand needs to understand because of how digital has become a part of our lives and society at large. So I would say that essentially it's the same wine in a new bottle. So it's the same set of philosophies and the same, fundamentals, just that, the way we do it is slightly different because of the new channel and the new trends that are emerging day after day.
Nice. And then earlier in the day, and also with the previous presentation, we've touched on how business leaders can stay ahead of the curve when it comes to being aware about new ecosystems, digital products, and operating models. How can, in your opinion, business leaders stay ahead of the curve?
I would say, it's about really understanding what's happening with the customers. What are the emerging trends? It's all about keeping the eyes and ears open and understanding what shifts are really happening every day, and that could impact their business. And once the what of it is understood in terms of what are those trends, I think the how of it becomes easier in terms of then figuring out that, okay, if these are the ABC trends that are going to shift my business fundamentally tomorrow, then to to be able to stay ahead of the curve, I need to then look at, X, Y, and Z. And then these are the new emerging tools, and these are, the practices that I need to be tracking, that I need to be implementing in order to stay ahead of the curve. So I would say it's really about going back to the customers, going back to the context, and then, figuring out the pieces that really helps complete the puzzle.
And on that as well, us, you and I and everyone else as consumers have become so different in the last kind of 5 years, 10 years, where we now demand kind of instant gratification. We want things, now and quickly. Amazon have completely changed the logistics game for, the private consumer. Just how much kind of demand is there to serve the consumer, and how much focus is there on the consumer when, building digital products, enhancing that user experience? How important is it to get that right?
I think it's absolutely important to get that right. Customers really have to be at the forefront of every successful business. Ultimately, every successful business that has managed to stay successful for long has always gone back to the basics and has cracked the code of what customers need. For example, in the case of Amazon that you spoke about, Amazon essentially has not changed its focus areas in the last 25, 30 years. Amazon's focus criteria tend to be three things. Give customers the best selection possible, the largest selection possible, give it to them at the cheapest possible price, and make the whole experience super convenient for them. So the ways and means of doing this constantly evolves, but essentially what Amazon is solving for, there's no reason for them to change it in the next 50 years. Because no customer is going to come back and say, do not give me the largest selection, or I'm not going to go for the cheapest price, or I don't want the most convenient experience. So I think really being clear about what customers need, and then understanding that, what are the emergent ways and what are the best practices to make that happen. I think that is where, a lot of the focus needs to go to stay ahead of the curve in terms of understanding to get the best selection, on a platform. What would that mean? To get the best logistics experience. Maybe, 5 years back, it was a different set of tools and systems. 5 years down the line, what is that going to look like? Will self-driving cars, for example, will they be a part of, let's say, drone technology? How will they be a part of the logistics system for tomorrow? So I think getting these two, pieces right in terms of the core customer needs and what are the ways and means to solve for that. I think it's just so important. And I think successful businesses always manage to have that clarity with them.
Nice, really good answer. And then finally, kind of looking beyond the pandemic and into kind of 2021 and beyond, how important is it going to be for organizations now looking to be more of a tech company and move away from traditional approaches or legacy systems? What's going to have to be the approach to move forward? As we've evolved as consumers, the playing field has changed slightly, and the pandemic has kind of forced us to think a little bit differently in how we approach things. So how important is it for industries as a whole to be thinking more tech and, moving away from traditional operating models, traditional thinking and that kind of thing?
I would start with individuals. For you and I and all of us, I think our lives have changed so much with the context and things are not the same. And I think the traditional mindsets and the traditional ways of doing things, like a lot of things and, ways in which we've been living our lives has completely shifted. The way we work has completely changed. And same is the case for organizations. I think the traditional ways of doing things are no longer applicable. With the changing context, one has to constantly look at how every behavior for the consumer is shifting, not just when it comes to the areas of the business, but on so many other aspects of their life, and what that means for this business. So will this need that they have for a particular solution from the business, will it continue to stay the same, or will it evolve into a different form and shape? So I think just being really observant of how these various shifts are happening, and then evolving into that really flexible, agile mindset to then look at, how to stay relevant for this changing paradigm. I think that is something that this situation has really forced all of us to do. And we're already seeing so many businesses, emerge in this pandemic situation, and so many, new ideas emerging. And I don't think we've all seen a time as strange and as exciting and as interesting as this, as we're witnessing now.
Nice. Well, that's all we've got time for, Radha. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us a whistle-stop tour of kind of the insights that you have on building digital businesses. We could ask a lot more questions, and hopefully when we come to Singapore, when an in-person conference is back off the ground, it would be lovely to have you back with us and to hear more on your expertise there.
Well, thanks for a great chat, Chris. Like, it was a pleasure chatting with you, and look forward to the in-person conference soon. Meanwhile, huge shout out to you and the entire team at Roar Media for, bringing this virtual experience for all of us.
Good stuff. Well, thanks so much. I really do appreciate it, and especially given you're actually on a day off today. So thanks so much for joining us and taking the time to do so.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you so much. Okay, so that was Radha Amaraj from Facebook joining us for a fireside chat and a quick, tour around what she's doing and the experience she's had in building digital businesses. So really nice to have had Radha with us for that chat. We're now going to dive into the Optus journey and look at their agile approach. We've heard agile mentioned a few times today, but not really touched on too much. So in this presentation, Denise Tong, Head of Digital and Omni-Channel Experience, and Gaetan Germain, Associate Director of Customer Experience, will navigate us through their agile transformation journey and more. There won't be any Q&A after this talk. We'll be diving into a quick break before the panel session at noon. So I'm going to play this presentation and then we'll have a quick break before the panel session. Thank you so much.
So what I wanted to share was just our journey at Optus over the past 18 months. And I've had the opportunity to be a part of that journey. Gaetan has also been part of probably 12 months of that. And we wanted to share a couple of key elements that for us are foundational to any transformation activity. Transformation is a long burn activity. And for someone to expect change to happen in a matter of months is probably not being true to themselves. And so what I wanted to share with you is very consistent with some of the speakers that have already come onto the stage, so to speak, on this digital platform around the importance of people, the importance of mindsets, the importance of actually learning and growing and shifting our actual pathways as we learn more about our customer and about what we're good at and what we're not. But more importantly, the fact that we are constantly evolving and there's no end to it. And that is a mindset shift for a lot of us in Australia, but also across the globe. And so today we'll cover off that journey. We'll talk a bit about the importance of the culture and the actual environment that you create to actually motivate and get the best out of people. And then what we've done in the midst of COVID-19. I think if we step back in terms of where Optus was, I joined or rejoined Optus around 3 years ago in the role of a director for our app team. So my Optus app, some of the other apps that we see in market around Optus at Home as well was also in my portfolio. And what I can reflect, and Gaetan has been kind of in this organisation as well from a human-centred design, customer kind of experience perspective. Yeah, we've certainly evolved and quite considerably to the positive of having the customer at the heart of our conversations and our decisions. In the past, and even now, there's elements of planning, which has been very much a 12-month cycle. You lock and load a set of slides, a set of budget, and you're then asked to just go forth and conquer. And what we found in terms of our experience has been both elements of, well, the stuff that we put into a PowerPoint isn't necessarily coming to fruition. we're finding as a result of having a plan that has little elements of experimentation or real kind of truth aspects to how a customer would respond to a certain experience or a certain offering or proposition, it's resulting in things that go over budget, being late, and also one that's kind of prone with error. And so we'll talk a bit about what that actually means in terms of buggy delivery later when we talk about mindsets. But I think the more important thing is that we were very much inward focused, very much around shareholder returns, looking at how we can grow EBITDA, how we can grow market share, when really at the heart of it, if you actually solve for a customer need, all those aspects come into play naturally. And so then what sparked the change was, well, we couldn't actually operate in that environment and sustain our competitive advantage in the long run. And so really Alan Liu at the time took a bit of a risk, and it was off the back of a couple conversations with some external kind of experts in this area. We also had a bunch of audits done internally around, well, what are we doing wrong? Like, we're doing a bit of a realization session around, let's be true to ourselves, let's be honest to ourselves, what's not working for us. And one thing that we discovered was that we had to actually change the way we worked. And so what was Optus 3-4 years ago was pockets of desires to become more customer centric, but very much hamstrung by waterfall mentality. And so off the back of those assessments, we went through a bit of an experimentation, if you like, and what you'll see is basically our journey and where we are now today. Back in the time in March, I was that director of the app team, and I was taken along a very bumpy journey. And so if I can share that with you, in terms of the decisions that were made, it was clear that we needed to change the way we worked. We were clear that we wanted to understand what the customers wanted. At the time, our app, our My Optus app, was rating at about 2.2 out of 5. And so something had to be done. And so what we did was we focused our efforts to getting our app right. The app is our front door now to our customers. Our customers, our goal is to have our customers self-serve 80% of the time where possible. And that's, doing payments of bills, checking their usage. That wasn't the case about a year and a half ago. The focus for the app was actually looking at funky stuff, like being the next Netflix, throwing offers out into the customers first glance. And then we realized that actually that wasn't what the customers wanted. Through means of NPS modality surveys and having some really robust conversations through research, we identified that they just wanted something that could help them get on with their monthly bills, get on with understanding what was going on with their daughter's kind of data usage. So things that were pretty boring to us, but very, very important to a customer. And so in terms of where we evolved from there onwards, we used Agile to basically focus our efforts to three key elements, and they became for what we call the forefront runner squads. In this organisation, we work in a squad tribe model, and so we take elements of Spotify and we've made it Optus friendly, if you like. The 3 focus areas was to get our app experience right so that we can get our app ratings up and to improve the actual experience, and also have customers truly come to us through the app first before calling us or actually going online and chatting with us. And so the one thing we did was actually focus our efforts on doing daily check-ins on NPS, doing check-ins on whether we were having outages on the app, and what we can do to protect that and to minimize that, what we call error rates. The other 2 elements we were focusing on was actually digitizing cases that came through from a customer's perspective. So how can we give customers the ability to leave a message with us and us coming back with a solution within a certain turnaround time? And these days, customers or people like you and me want really instantaneous responses. So we gave ourselves a goal of having all things related to customers resolved within 24 hours. And that actually happened. And so the third focus for that front runner squad element in May was also automating a lot of our conversations so that we could fast track a lot of the actual inquiries that were very common. So for example, still don't understand my bill. Can you help me unravel what that actually means? What does it mean by that access fee through AI? And so over the course of the 3-month period, we were able to smash what we call our OKRs, objectives and key results, and actually demonstrate that the ways of working in Agile was in fact actually the way to go. The rest is history. So you'll see then on this slide, we then started to grow quite exponentially. So 3 months in, 4 squads in May, 2 months later, 9 squads, which became essentially a 14 squad. Squads have about 10 people in our organisation, so that that kind of grew and over doubled. And then now we're at this point where we've gone from 1 tribe, so 1 tribe having 18 squads, to actually 5 tribes and 2 centre of excellences, where they're on average we're talking about 740 strong membership across the Agile organisation. And what we've demonstrated is 3 things. Cross-functional teams having a common goal actually drives better outcomes in a much speedier fashion. The second thing is being able to prioritise, so focusing on things that we want to solve for now before we look at something else. I think in the past we've always wanted to be all things to all people immediately, and I think we've over-tripped ourselves and made our lives more complicated by doing things all at once. And so this Agile ways of working means that we need to finish one thing before we start another and be really clear on the value of the things that we believe is top priority. The third thing is about a mindset shift, and it actually segues really well into our next section, the challenges of change. It actually comes down to getting the right people in place. And Gaetan will talk a bit about later around the importance of getting the right people who have values that actually resonate with you and the organisation, and making sure that we give people the license to speak up and actually demonstrate their involvement and their inclusion in terms of the whole kind of scenario. And so what you see here is basically a set of values and behaviours that has actually shifted our thinking. I mean, the good thing about Optus is the behaviours resonate really well with the Agile ways of working. And what you'll see here is from left to right, we've moved from a culture that's very much around getting sign-off, getting permission to go ahead, having a reliance on top leadership to make decisions, to one that's more bottoms up, driving what we call Agile ceremonies, which 12 months ago, you wouldn't have seen any of the actual executive team be a part of. But now the change has been, my leader who's on the ELT team, the executive team, now coming in and wanting to unblock things quickly and giving himself a 24-hour turnaround time to achieve that. So we've moved from one that's very much, well, actually, we're going to wait for an approval piece, the one that's, well, actually, we know what we want to do, so let's get on with it and let's own it until we get to the results that we want. So I guess the point to make in this slide is that we naturally had those elements in our value statements, and I urge every person out there to actually have a look at their values and challenge the thinking for the organisation. Have you got that ingredient or formula right? Because that is really proof in the pudding for success. This really talks through the fact that with agility comes not crazy unplanned activity, but one that's actually really anchored into a couple of key attributes. And if I call out these elements one by one, look, going Agile actually gives a level of predictability. So, and what I mean by that is we have to plan and be prepared to change. If you come in and expect things to be perfect, be the same from the start of the year where you've locked down the actual plan, it's actually going to trip you up. So in our environment, in my tribe in particular, I have 165 members in my tribe. this past year. And one thing we've accepted is that there is always room for change. And that means looking at the data, understanding what customers are saying to us, and actually then pivoting or optimizing an experience based on that information. ROI is super, super important. So being clear on where you're investing your money, bottom dollar. Sometimes the return might not happen in your or minimal viable product release, but the idea is that over a course of iterations, over a course of increments of improvements in your experience, you'll see the benefits naturally come through. And so I just want to demyth the fact that Agile has no financial kind of elements in the equation. There is absolutely consideration of one piece of priority and what that actually means in terms of the value that it provides back to the customer and also to the business. All our squads actually have both business OKRs and customer OKRs through NPS scores, through app ratings for the Microsoft app, but also more importantly, what that actually means in terms of our EBITDA. That's super important. This year, we're going through a whole process of making sure that there's time to innovate. And so I'm sure you guys are out there are going, well, actually, we're so embedded in our BAU that we don't have time to innovate. My challenge back to you guys is have a think about how you can innovate even within the BAU activity. How can you think differently around your processes to actually improve and be more efficient? To me, that's an innovation. It's not just about the shiny toy. And you know, what we're doing this year is actually preserving a certain percentage of capacity in our tribe to ensure that there's innovation, that there's hackathons, and that there's problems that we can actually take on and own and actually present back to the business that's highly relevant. Quality is part of the definition of done and part of the DNA of Agile. And so I think the one thing to call out is MVP doesn't mean it's a buggy set of experiences. MVP actually is minimally accepting what we really want to learn from the first iteration of a certain experience or release. And so the difference there is that things such as visual elements that might not be perfect shouldn't be seen as that's a bug, that's crap. It's really actually giving a bit of a signal to a customer, and for the customer to respond to that signal as to whether we're on the right track. And so the famous kind of canvas of any state, when you're drawing a painting and you're actually drawing the actual skeleton of what you're trying to depict. If you start to do broad brushstrokes and find elements where you know, people who are viewing that painting can understand what you're trying to draw, and you can get a sense of check as to whether they have a preference in terms of the palette, in terms of the actual contrast and brightness, there's definitely an opportunity to actually create a painting that actually fulfills that a viewer's preference and appetite. I think the other 2 points, employees, super important. So I'll leave that for Gaetan to talk a bit about further, but really employees should feel like they have a purpose. And the importance of OKRs, or objective key results, is actually being able to give members of our tribe the ability to understand why they come to work and to be able to have the motivation intrinsically to help support that. Build, measure, learn is just about data-driven iterations, and actually ties into what we talked about before around predictability and quality. And really, we go by hypothesis testing here. We do a lot of experiments. Experiments are very purposeful. We're taking on some elements of behavioural economics to drive better nudges, which I'll talk about a bit later. All of that is actually about getting the experience in place so we can learn where to go, how we steer the ship. So I think let's talk a bit about the people. I think transformation definitely starts with the people, and there is an ecosystem of capability around systems, practices, and the culture itself. But in our minds, Gates and I myself have experienced 2 different types of people in terms of our journey: fixed mindset people and ones with growth mindset. And as you can tell and probably can sense, the ones with growth mindsets, the ones that are like the Albert Einsteins in the world, you know, at 82 he was still saying that he's learning as he goes, is basically the ingredient to success. So I'll hand over to Gaetan to take you through the next part of this presentation.
Yeah, one of the things we saw when we moved to Agile is actually the energy on the floor. It was quite astonishing. And you have, beyond the sticky notes and everything, you really have like all the emotional involvement and everyone on the floor that is here present. And I think we had the statement at the beginning that Agile is not going to be one, and I think that's okay as well, because we're not pivoting the whole company. And if someone is not happy in Agile, we can always bring them back to the other side of the business. So there is also a choice of like who is embarked on that journey and how we bring them in. If we move to the next slide, there is one great thing about Agile is the empowerment. And one of the things that struck me when I started Agile is that the squad starts with the purpose. There's actually no one that is telling you what to do. It's really like about like why you're here and what are the metrics and how those things are going to have an impact on the metrics that you need to meet. So it's really like, what is the purpose, the scope of your squad? And so you are empowered to do everything you want to do this. And it really resonates with this new generation of employees, of workers that want a flat structure. They don't want to be told what they want. So it's almost like Agile is the response of organizations because they have to adapt to the new generation of workers. And it's probably why I think you don't see so many companies that are going in Agile and then going back to the traditional operation, because I think a lot of employees, once they have tasted Agile, it's impossible to go back and have someone tell you what to do. Once you have that feeling of empowerment, I can drive things and have that, impact, it's really hard to go back. So it's also very important to have like the people that are on the floor to be able to make the decisions. If you have someone that is a designer, you have a product owner, you have a developer on the floor, they can actually make those decisions very quickly. So you don't need to ask permission. So with great power comes great responsibility. And one of those things that Agile brings is accountability. So because you make so many decisions yourself, you're not having someone to tell you what to do, you have a sense of ownership, and the ownership is super important in Agile, and that is really what is driving the culture in the tribes. There are a few things that are making ownership a real thing in Agile. The first one is, for instance, we just finished our quarterly operating, quarterly planning, and so you have the POs presenting to ELT. And so the POs are here, they hear directly from the senior leaders about what is the strategy. And so they can adapt their, how they are going to meet those purposes and metrics, and they can adapt. So it's almost like you have this layer of communication between that is disappearing, and that direct communication. But also, I think the second thing is really the showcase, where they have to bring back, this is what we did last sprint, and they are really accountable. And again, when you come back after your OKR and you have to present what you have delivered on that quarter, red is red, and things don't lie. So it's really accountability, and there is something that is very clear with Agile, at least how we implemented it in Optus, is there is nowhere to hide. Everyone has a very clear role, and you have a designer, you have a data scientist, you have a PO, you have a tester, and there is no one, everyone is essential. And so everyone is here to do a function, and if you don't do it, no one is going to do it. So it's a very streamlined approach. Showcase, I mentioned, we have the CEO coming, we have the managing director of sales. We had our showcase yesterday. He's here, he attends, he asks questions, provide directions. So there is this sense of communication, and people appreciate that, and they feel actually their impact is appreciated, and they have an equal voice. So this is a good segue to the equal voice, because when we move to Agile, job titles and hierarchy completely exploded. right? So when you have a developer, a PO in the room, everyone is looking at the same problem from a different perspective. And this is by having this combined view on the same problem that is creating the richness, but also quicker decision, because you have all the different perspective and what are the things that can go wrong. So this is really the power of Agile, is having cross-functional teams co-located and also potentially remotely, but nevertheless having direct conversations all the time so that we can have different perspective on the same problem. It's also about, like, the equal voice is about the flat organization, and we have tribe leads that are on the floor, that are communicated, and it's a very open conversation as well. Everyone can, drop a note or just talk and say, this is what I want to try, and there is always this. At the end, there is this conversation, and the PO makes the call, but it's the whole squad that is accountable, and this is why they make the call together. There is a lot of things. If I just continue on the equal voice, I just wanted to give a couple of examples of how we actually trying to experiment and do better about equal voice. The first one is discovery, when we have, so this is a critical step or workshop when we have a big project coming into the tribes. This is where we bring everyone together from different parts of the business, even when they are not part of Agile, to actually understand all the different perspectives on the problem, starting with the customer experience, the personas, the customer journey, what is the experience we want to drive, and also customer insights that has been done before, that is coming to the discovery, and then having a deep service blueprint around what are the different things that are going to prevent us to move towards this blue sky experience, right? So we start with the best experience possible, and then we look at what are the different constraints that we have and timeline, and so we can kind of time the different sprints to deliver that end experience. So that's one example. Another one that is more innovative, I haven't heard of that in a lot of organizations, is what we call the DVF forum. And this is where we bring desirability, viability, and feasibility together. And those three things that are the voice of the customer, the business imperative, and the technical constraints. And those three things have an equal voice. And so we use Fibonacci scoring to say, well, is this something that we want to prioritize as a tribe? Is this going to help us deliver on our OKRs? Is this something that is actually good for the business, good for the customer, and prioritize based on the effort that is required? So this is where actually the different perspective in the tribe are having equal voice. Moving on to the customer centricity. And I am passionate about the customer. It is at the heart of the Agile Manifesto. And it's also something that is back at Optus. We had fresh perspective with new ELT members joining. And so I think the customer is back front and center, which is fantastic. We have those 4 symbols everywhere on campus, and everyone knows them. It's those 3 things are the 4 customer experience principles, which is it works, things needs to work. Is this actually good enough to launch in the market so that we are going to be proud of that experience? It's simple, so the round is the simplest form. And so we want to create simple experience, making the life easier of our customers. Is this personal? In the sense that we want to personalize experiences, but also we want to make it personal. We want to own the problem so that if it doesn't work, it's not simple. We are going to own the problem and fix it for you. And then finally, the star is it's exciting. It needs to, every time, it needs to create a memorable experience somehow. So at best, in the past, we had customers upset, something was not working, and so we would fix it so it would become a natural experience. But I think there is always an opportunity to create a theater, create a good memory, and build on the interaction. So it's always like trying to push our thinking, even when it's service inquiry, how can we create something that is still a bit memorable? But there is a lot of things we do at the moment to bring the voice of the customer on the ground, because it's about educating everyone about the power of the long term of being customer centric. We have something called Customer on Campus as an example, so about making it super easy for everyone to talk to customers. I had a look, and in the last 12 months, we talked to 1,800 customers to inform projects and squads at Optus. So it's quite significant, where we had customer research upfront and then customer testing. So this is qualitative research. We do also quantitative research and surveys, but we have talked to 1,800 customers. We also measure customer experience, and the squads have that OKR. And so it's critical for them. Like, success is about being customer centric. And we have some way of informing them about what are the things that are preventing us to do the right thing for customers. So we have this Medallia survey where customers can leave a feedback after every interaction, and that feeds provides insights to the squads. We also have the Customer Experience Academy, where we have human-centered design, journey mapping, Lean Six Sigma, so they can learn about different techniques that will help them meet their OKRs. And we bring the customer to life on the floor everywhere. So we have screens on the floors. We also have an app where they can go through multiple verbatim, so that it's kind of like being closer to the voice of the customer. So a lot of things we do to be more customer centric, and that's kind of a journey, but definitely, like, we are more customer centric at Optus, which feels good. And I think everyone in the tribe wants to do that. So it's good that now we have that focus from the leaders. Experimentation, if you want to move to the next one, is as a designer, this is where this is front and center about experimentation. And I think Agile is bringing that capability to life, where we can now build on data because we have the right capability. We have data analysts and scientists that can give us the right foundation to then experiment. So we are creating a robust practice around experimentation. And a good example is what we did with behavioral economics here. You can see one of the nudges that we created, where we looked at our experience and say, what are the things where we can nudge the customer so that it's easier for them to navigate through our website? What are the things that matter to them so that we can bring those information at the right time in the flow? So network is obviously front and center. And so what are the information they want? And so experimentation is about, okay, we know what is important to the customer, and then let's try scenario 1, scenario B, and see what is actually working best for the customer and how they react. So we now have a behavioral economic academy where everyone can learn about those things and implement in their squads. And we have a guild. So this is where it's not only for the POs, it's not only for UX, but everyone, including copywriters or economic developers, can learn about those things so that they can incorporate that in their work. So experimentation, everyone has a license to do experimentation. And we also have, as Denise mentioned, we also now have capacity to do experimentation. So we managed to get 30% of our capacity to be able to do some experimentation and prove that actually this is a good investment. Not everything is perfect though. It's still a journey for us. If you move to the next page, Denise, I think we had a really good impact on employee engagement and the culture with people that are more present, and they want to grow. They use Agile as a mean to become more effective and have an impact. There is a couple of things that I think we are still working on. One of the example is the career path is an example where, because now we have a flatter structure, We need to define what is the career path. We developed a capacity framework. So as a chapter lead, I am accountable for the growth of the people in my chapter, but it's not necessarily about a next title, but it could be more about how do we T-shape people and how do we move to another role. It could be like, how do you become a PO? So as an example, we had a couple of people in our chapter, in our tribe to become PO, and so have a different level of responsibility. There is a couple of other challenges that we are facing. Like, for instance, we still have a few stakeholders outside of Agile that are coming mid-cycle. So while we still have our commitment to the business, and we have tactical offers and tactical projects that are coming in, and so it's about educating the rest of the business as well, so that we can own the workload and also the pipeline with clear OKRs and objectives. So those are a couple of things that we are working on as well, just to make our ways of working more effective. Do you have anything to add, Denise, on this?
No, it's a great example, testament to the things that we're doing now that actually transitions from that waterfall to Agile kind of methodology that we just talked through.
Maybe we move to the next part, which is about scaling Agile.
Yeah, so I think the only point to note here is, it's an ongoing journey, and for us, we're just starting to scale up. And talking through my own journey, I talked about how I was a director. I moved into a product owner role within the front runner squads back in March, and over the course of a period of time, we then transitioned into what we call a chapter lead role. So I think in terms of the squad and tribe model, there are specific leadership roles that are very much about looking after the squad in terms of the purpose, which is in the case the product owner. And then you move into a chapter lead role, which is kind of the role that Gaetan looks after. And the importance of chapters is that they become the glue and the actual consistency piece across multiple tribes with different kind of grand purposes. So in the case of us, where we've got a very clear purpose around sales, the idea around service is that we need to sync up and make sure the actual experience for the customer is very much in sync and very much consistent. And the role of the chapter lead and the various chapter members are responsible for ensuring that is achieved. And so craft and skills and capability are super important in terms of when we go en masse, but the importance of Agile has those elements in play. You're probably thinking about, well, what's the role of the program manager? In the current state of play, we do work with program management that's sitting outside of the tribe. We manage them and work with them based on really big strategic projects that require not just tribe people. So probably a question that you guys might have is who's actually part of the tribe. We have a mixture of developers, testers, business analysts, product owners. We also have UX designers, CX designers, and then architects. And so really the idea is that we're all self-sufficient. However, there are things in the organization and elements in the organization that you can't really run in an Agile setting at this point in time. For example, rolling out a 5G network, we can't have an MVP on that network. Otherwise, we're going to have a very crappy experience for the customer. And so those elements we totally respect and understand that there's a method to that madness. And it's important that the checklist of the requirements are basically achieved there. But we need to kind of also work very hand in glove across those elements. And so for us, the big step now is as we expand further, how do we actually work those interfaces out and respectfully do it in a way that helps us continue to do our job in a way that allows us to be agile and also iterative versus the other parts of the organization whose sole responsibility is to manage risk and also ensure that the elements that are required from a network and back-end system perspective are also adhered to. And so really that just highlights the point of being at base camp. So we've had this expedition. And my movements into this tribe lead role is a great example of just the opportunities that come through as a result of an expedition of this part. But we're only just starting. And again, alluding back to the points that Gaetan has mentioned around our journey thus far, we've had to evolve along the way. The creation of the DVF Prioritisation Forum to navigate the actual incoming work that sometimes makes sense, but sometimes are basically individuals working in a way that they're used to, old ways of working, get it done, get it done, to one where we're now at this point where we need to start to evolve again. So this piece of constantly living and breathing, it is an ongoing piece of activity. And I think it's important to note that we'll never see an end to that. You know, I think we're in for the long haul. And again, if you have that right mindset of being willing to grow and willing to change, and I think a great example now is talking in the context of COVID-19. And so everyone is in the same boat. Every country is in the same boat. We know that this is a disease or sickness that has taken over our lives and actually changed the way that we operate. And so in the context of embracing change in this presentation, it also means that you need to adapt accordingly and make the most of the actual situation. And so we're all kind of in this world of working from home, and from our perspective, it's actually brought us back down to connection. You know, being able to stay connected with our other human beings, and we're finding ways and peeling back down on all the actual complexities that come through when you're actually working face to face. I think we're going back down to basics of, you know, checking how people are, and you know, they're all human elements that are things that we should be doing as individuals, and yet it's required the COVID-19 situation or the coronavirus to actually emerge for this to all kind of come to fruition again. And so what we're doing as a company is actually responding to that, looking at our tribe, looking at our people in the organization, looking at the skill sets, looking at the actual need to rebalance different individuals in different parts of the organization, cross-pollinating, overcoming the actual silos that exist in different tranches. You know, sales and services teams are now one. You know, product teams are working closely with innovation teams and commercial teams to actually bring to life things that are actually important for a customer right now, and ensuring that we have the main message of being in it with our customers and making sure that they're being looked after. And so our website is starting to become, and it's evolving every day. We've got a working group that sits in our tribe, and our goal is to basically address new information and then adapt our messaging out as we go. And I think the great thing about Agile, as you guys know, is that we are all about being flexible. You know, looking after our people is number one, because they're the ones that are going to help us bring about the OKRs and the actual results for the business. And so this is very much a day in the life of our tribe. This was actually before we moved into the world of COVID. And so for us, nothing's really changed. In fact, it's actually increased the amount of social interactions we're having over tech. That's it in a nutshell. I think if we could leave a couple key points with you, with my experience in MyOptusApp, in terms of listening to the customer, keeping an ear on the ground, I think that's important from an embracing change perspective. Gaetan talked a bit about the mindsets that are fundamental to the people before we start talking about process and systems. Mindsets take us a long way, and giving the license for people to actually have a voice that's equal and well heard is absolutely a key element to success. And the third piece, of course, is looking at how you can adapt to changes that comes through. So, you know, as a result of that growth mindset, we've now actually taken a very much an approach of being able to experiment and also to pivot along the way as we get more information around the customer. So data is absolutely essential. We hope that was useful for you. We are going to leave our email addresses here, but more importantly, you can find us on LinkedIn as well. I would highly love for some feedback or questions to come through, so feel free to reach out. And one thing I want to ask you guys is, how has agility helped you achieve success in your own businesses? I really would love to connect and understand how it's worked for you and where it hasn't, and basically share kind of experiences so that we can have a greater good of greater knowledge. So thank you for your time today, and stay safe and healthy.
Thank you.
Customer experience designer from Optus. As mentioned in Q&A, but at the end there, they did let you know that they contact them on LinkedIn if you have any follow-up questions. We're going to be hitting our panel session in 15 minutes, so it's going to be a quick break. And then we're going to have the panel discussion coming from speakers with News Corp, UPS, and former Chief Transformation Officer from Teachers Health. So stay tuned for a great panel coming in about 15 minutes time, which will wrap the event. We're going to be looking at the future of digital transformation and how 2021 looks, and diving deeper into kind of digital business transformation with those speakers. So join us in 15 minutes time. today. We're thrilled to be joined by 3 panelists for the finale wrap of the event. And this conversation is largely going to be around digital transformation now and kind of beyond into 2021. We're going to be joined by Michael Vullings, who's the General Manager of Business Process Improvement from News Corp, Nikki Taylor, who's the Marketing Growth Strategy Director for APAC at UPS, and Ken Anand, who's former Chief Transformation Officer for Teachers Health and now is in consulting. So a warm welcome to our panelists. I'll invite them now to turn on their mics and cameras, and we can get the ball rolling for the panel session. So if you just want to do that, Michael, Ken, and Nikki. Presentation materials from this morning. We will be making most of it available on demand, so you can watch it back in your own time. We had some great conversations earlier in the day and some fireside chats with Facebook, with AIA, and presentations with Optus, with Daggerwing, Deutsche Bank, and Tonic Bank. So if you did want to watch those back, you'll be welcome to do so once we've edited those down and emailed them over to you. I can see Michael is in the room with us now, and I think Ken's just loading up. A warm welcome to you both. How are you this morning? Well, this afternoon, sorry, Michael.
I'm doing really well, Chris. Real pleasure to be here today, and I hope you don't mind me saying the work that you and the team do at Raw is just great. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day today.
Thanks, Michael, and welcome to Ken. Nice to see you and have you with us. How are you doing today?
Yeah, good. Thank you. I'm just having a bit of trouble hearing you, Chris. Can you guys hear me okay?
Can hear you fine. Can you hear me better now?
I'll apologies, guys. I can hear you guys and I can see you, but for some reason it's becoming a bit challenging.
Michael, can you hear me okay?
I can, Chris.
Ken, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's very muffled.
Do you want to just turn your cam on and off again? Sometimes that sorts the trouble out. I mean, it's the perils with online events. We talk about digital transformation, and we struggle sometimes with the technology here. So if we just give it a few moments, hopefully Ken will come back in, and Nick, I think Nikki might be having some trouble here. So unfortunate that this falls within the panel session. Perhaps Michael, while that's happening, and in the background, perhaps I can try and help them out. If you want to tell us a bit about who you are, what you do, and particularly how digital or kind of business transformation is relevant and part of what you do.
Sure. So by way of introduction, I'm Michael Vullings. I've been transforming businesses as a consultant, a digital leader, and a transformation expert for over a decade now. And in my current role at News Corp, I'm leading cost reduction programs, transformation programs, and restructuring, and with a real focus on back office and operations functions. I'm also the co-author of a forthcoming book on transformation, which is coming out with Wiley next year, called Changing the Game. So for those of you that are interested, there'll be a comprehensive guide to transforming businesses from start to finish out there at around June next year.
Nice, and I've seen some posts about that on LinkedIn, and it looks like a great book. So really looking forward to that one, Michael, and hearing more about it. Looks like a great book and some kind of insights into digital transformation that yourself and your peer Graham's been doing. So really looking forward to that one. I think Ken is back with us now. Hopefully you can hear me maybe a little bit better, Ken. Sorry about this, Michael. I think we're having some difficulties over there. Ken, are you able to hear me okay? Okay. Well, Michael, I think maybe we can crack on and continue whilst my colleague tries and sorts that out in the background, if that's all right with you. Could end up being a one-on-one discussion. It has happened before, so we'll endeavour to get them back with us, but perhaps we can crack on. So when we look at digital transformation, it's largely remained a top strategic priority throughout the pandemic, before the pandemic, and IDC forecasting at the moment that investment's going to reach $7.4 trillion US dollars by 2023. During the last 6 months, have you seen within your organisation, in your experience, more conversations around that of digital transformation, and just how important will this be moving forward and out of the pandemic?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, that's a huge amount of investment, Chris. So 7.4 trillion. Wow, I can't believe the numbers that big these days. You know, I think in relation to technology more broadly, it's always at the root. It's at the root of changes in business and society. It's at the root of companies that do well and that don't do so well. So I think, you know, digital transformation as a topic is absolutely critical for organizations to address. And it's not something that's just come about with the arrival of the pandemic either. You know, I think for news and information publishing businesses, the trends that we've seen as a result of COVID are not new. You know, it's really an accelerant or an acceleration of existing trends. I think everybody in the media industry is talking about it. A lot of, you know, I would guess probably a third of media companies that are around today aren't going to make it. So you've got BuzzFeed and Vice Media and a lot of the ad-funded digital native players that are really struggling at the moment. But we're also seeing consumers take greater interest in subscription services and the rise of quality paid content. You know, people are really engaging with expert content online. And so technology and trends are really reshaping the whole industry, I think. So, you know, yeah.
Sorry, go on, Michael.
So it's just, you know, back to the relevance of it, I think, to an organization. Digital technology and the transformation that you can make as a result of that presents an incredible opportunity not to just drive top line growth, but also the cost side of the house. So things like digitization, intelligent automation. I mean, there's a lot of buzzwords out there, but really just streamlining your processes, you know, reducing waste, you know, automation are really going to transform a lot of back office functions, like where I work. But you know, I think it can also do a huge amount for I guess the front end to the business. So if you look at like what's available in the marketing technology space, the way that you can now connect to consumers, I think digital transformation is going to be an incredible source of value and opportunity for all businesses, not just in the media space, but beyond as well.
Nice. And then with regards to your role and also your experience and research in writing the book, Changing the Game, what in your opinion is the most important aspect of digital transformation for businesses to get right in a kind of general sense? So looking at industry wide, is it kind of the people side of things? Is it the technology, or does it hinge on something else?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a tough question. I think it's going to be different for every organization, and I think it really comes down to your aspirations and strategy, what strategic choices you're making as a business, and how you differentiate from your competition. So if you're a people business, you know, people are really going to matter, and if you're a tech business, you know, technology is really going to be important. And so I think, you know, something that I'm not sure if you've heard of the 4+2 formula, Chris. So basically, these Harvard academics came up with this idea that, you know, you need to get 4 things right, and there's strategy, execution, culture, structure, and then there's this idea of the +2, and they basically have a list of other things that you can choose from, and it's basically your talent, you know, get your people right, innovation, which is really like your technology, leadership, and then lastly, mergers and partnerships. And so they say get the 4 key things right, but then when it comes to whether you're focusing on people, tech, M&A, or leadership, just pick 2 and focus on those 2. And I think it's really the strategy of the business that would drive whether or not you're going to lean more towards one or more towards the other.
Nice, really good answer. Ken, I think you're back with us now, and I think we'll play a bit of catch up. I've already put a few questions to Michael, so we'll let him have a breather, and perhaps we can get a little quick introduction from yourself, who you are, your experience, and how digital or business transformation is part of what you're doing now and what you've done previously.
Sure. First of all, apologies. I'm not sure what happened. Change the laptop, so we'll make it work. So a bit of introduction. I am a transformation and strategy executive, and over the years I've led organizational turnarounds and transformations for not-for-profits, for private and ASX listed, so Australian Stock Exchange listed companies. My most recent role was at Teachers Health Fund, who are the 6th largest private health insurer in Australia, but also sell general insurance products. My responsibility there was to, I suppose, address some of the strategic challenges at the time, but also to ideate a transformation agenda that looked to address capability gaps in the areas of digital analytics, AI, operational excellence, and employee enablement. The business had grown significantly over a decade, and you could call it, I suppose, growth pains that we had to address at the time. Yeah, so that's a bit about me. So in terms of transformation, I believe that was your next question. What am I seeing nowadays? Is that right, Chris?
That's correct.
Well, there's a lot happening within this space. I got to hear a little bit about what Michael was saying, and I absolutely agree. Businesses are being tested at the moment. The speed at which the change and disruption is coming is phenomenal. We haven't seen anything like it. To Michael's point, yeah, I absolutely agree. Some of the digital and media companies may struggle to be around in the next few years. Historically, we would have talked about decades, but now we're talking about years now. So I have recently seen that the paradigm when it comes to change and transformation has not just accelerated because of COVID, but if you now look at what the World Economic Forum is talking about in terms of how we as a society need to look at the environmental, social, and economic together, then it probably makes us realize that the speed and velocity at which we've seen these changes come towards us, it's going to be much faster, and we haven't probably experienced anything like before. So it's an exciting time. I don't think we should get nervous. I think we should actually embrace this change, and certainly digital is going to play a critical role in all of that.
Nice, thanks, Ken. And Nikki, I think I can see you're with us now. Hopefully you can hear me okay and everything. We'll play a bit of catch up. So the first question was kind of about a brief introduction of what you do and your role and your experience, and how kind of digital and business transformation plays a part in your role.
Hi, Chris. Can you hear me okay now?
I can hear you, yeah, perfect.
Okay, great. Yeah, sorry, some technical issues. I'm dialing in from my phone. Yeah, so I'm currently the Growth Strategy Marketing Director for UPS in APAC. Digital plays a very big, important part of my role. So obviously I do the digital marketing side of things, but I also look after small business, which is going through a big transformation, especially with COVID. We were already on this path before the pandemic started. We were already looking at different transformations, and it's just accelerated it because the need for small business to pivot in such a short time we've seen this year has been astronomical. And so we've been there trying to help them make sure that their businesses don't go under, and they pivot and they can survive.
Nice. And then question I put earlier to Michael as well, and this is for both Ken and Nikki. Perhaps we'll start with you, Nikki. What in your opinion is the most important aspect of digital transformation for businesses to get right? Is it kind of the people side? What we've heard a lot of today is that's the biggest challenge for organisations in any kind of business climate, or is it more the technology, or is it something else? Obviously, it's different to different people.
To be honest, for me, it's a combination of the both. I mean, I work for very large multinationals, so you've got legacy systems, and you just can't do all the transformation that you're looking to do. It takes time. Yeah. And, you know, I think one of the key things definitely for myself and definitely for UPS, it's customer first, it's customer led. So it's looking at that customer experience and, you know, looking at the experiences that they have online, on digital, how we help them. And then through there, it's deciding whether it is something to do around people or something to do around processes or technology. And it's definitely a combination of both. And on this transformation journey that we've been going on, it's not about, you know, people losing their jobs or anything like that. It's definitely about how does technology help us in our day-to-day lives. And that's internally, but then also how does that translate for the customer? So how do they get a better experience from us through our digital transformation?
Nice. And yourself, Ken?
So in certainly technology and people are two critical elements of any successful transformation. But over the years, what I have seen is there's been a lack of strategic imperative. And I think people often have jumped to solving a particular issue or a problem. And the point that I was making earlier, that you now more than ever before have to be constantly looking at the horizon. You have to be looking at what's actually happening locally, but also internationally as well when it comes to your industry, your customers. The trends are changing and changing quite rapidly. For instance, quite recently we saw within private health insurance, Berkshire Hathaway and Amazon had partnered up to introduce private health insurance. Now, whilst that is I suppose a business venture that is still being looked at to determine how strong it's going to be and whether it's going to be viable or not. But certainly you can start to see people now seriously looking at their own business models, looking at their own operating models to determine whether, you know, they are going to survive another disruption from the likes of Amazon. Sure. So in my opinion, I think it certainly pays off to look at the strategic imperative and getting very clear on what is going to be the North Star that you can actually follow through and make sure that your chances of success are much stronger.
Nice. And then with that, and going back to you, Michael, and touching on what Ken said there about strategies changing, trends changing, consumer demand changing, within and during the pandemic, business strategies, marketing strategies have been rewritten during that call, and customers are still demanding consistent service across the board. How can businesses continue to offer customer satisfaction or experience during these kind of trying times? You know, we've got depleted workforces, people working from home still. How can businesses cope?
Yeah, it's a good question, Chris. And you know, I think right now there's a lot of variance. You know, what you see when you look around is that the pandemic means that some businesses are not trading at all. Some are trading pretty steadily, and then some businesses are performing really well. And I think the opportunity to lap the competition now has never been greater, both for businesses and for, you know, I think for professionals as well. So we're sort of in this moment where if you can figure out how to strengthen relationships, produce new products, sell more stuff, you know, work harder, I think there's more opportunity to lap the competition when a lot of businesses are struggling and making no progress at all. And so you can see there are businesses out there that are, you know, staying close to the customer, working out what the customer needs or what they want. They're moving quickly, and they're adapting, and they're the ones that are sort of staying out in front. So I think it's about it's about agility, moving quickly, and hard work. Business is a long way.
Nice. And then Nikki, back to you. You were saying earlier as well about UPS is obviously customer-led and customer-centric in terms of their offering. How has it been for you, and how do you cope during these times?
It's been quite rewarding for us, I guess, because we've had a lot of small businesses come to us with real challenges. We've had some where they're mainly focused on wholesaler, and then all of their opportunities dried up overnight, and they've had to pivot or changes in the supply chain, and they've been able to come to us and say, well, how can you help? So we've done a lot of things like outside of our scope as well, with our own webinars, like helping them get online with the e-commerce side of things, looking at integration with the different platforms like the Amazons and the the Shoppies or Lazadas, things like that we can really help them and grow their business, because that's ultimately we're here to make sure that we help things keep moving around the world. And it is a challenge, with a lot of the belly freight of the air freight coming out of the market. It's not exactly an easy task for UPS to keep this going, but we have been. I think one of the key things I would say when it comes back to technology is that, the small businesses, they have probably leapfrogged a few years than if this pandemic had not happened. And you're seeing a lot of them go online, and a lot of them look outside of maybe just domestic markets and are having to look internationally as well. So that's a sort of a trend that we're seeing. I think the other thing, just to come back to some of the other things that we said, is with everything that we do, I think, it's customer-led, it's experience, but it's also purpose-led. So what does your company stand for? And that's the core of what it comes back to. You have to stand for something. And from that, you have your strategies for technology, for innovation, for people, for culture. It all stems from the purpose of the overarching company.
Nice, thank you. And with yourself, Ken?
Yeah, I probably just building on what Michael and Nikki have already said. One of the things that certainly is being felt within financial services or insurance in particular is that people have really started to challenge the value proposition. In the lockdown period, you weren't really able to visit the stores, or for instance, in private health insurance, you have the ability to go to an optometrist or to a dentist, and you can really use your health fund to get those services. Now, with the COVID, you couldn't do that, right? Because of the lockdown. So insurers had to really think about what exactly can they do to really deliver a higher value proposition, so that they can actually retain the customer. But also what has been done within the insurance and private insurance in particular is that the dialogue certainly has changed with the members. So certainly a lot of people have felt a higher level of anxiety. So most of the health insurers have pivoted their services and offered more mental health programs and services. So really it has challenged businesses to think beyond their general products and services and look at what else they have in the toolkit that could be extended to their members or consumers to give that extra bit and make them feel valued and that they're getting more for their money.
Nice, yeah, and that's a great point. I think Nikki both saying there about the diversification of offering and the services, which has been quite important over the last 6 months as well. We heard a lot today and throughout this online series, our UK, our US and European event, about culture and people being at the heart of any digital business or even customer experience transformation journey. With organizations now relying on remote workforces or hybrid ways of working, how can leaders look to continue building a kind of a culture of innovation and leading effective transformation when communication points have changed somewhat and the method in which messages are delivered has changed? Perhaps we can start with you on that one, Michael.
Yeah, okay. So if I understand the nature of the question correctly, Chris, I think what I think you're asking is how do you get people to work together, generate ideas when you've got a remote workforce, which I think is something a lot of managers are struggling with during COVID. So I mean, I think you probably have to start by looking at what the barriers are that are being created by working remotely, and then look to mitigate those things. So I think it's our role as managers and leaders in organizations to look for those issues and find a solution. So for example, things like a loss of focus or energy within a team, or it could be harder to navigate an organization, or coordinate people, or you might have missing and unfamiliar tools. You got people who are not able to easily work with Zoom or with other tools. And so I think you got to sort of work out where the gaps are, and then mitigate it. And if the people side of things, you might need to encourage an informal video conference where you get people together to talk about a renewed purpose for what the team is doing. It's a lack of clarity on navigating the organisation. I think what we've seen, certainly at News Corp, is you get smaller cross-functional teams working together, so 5 or 9 people work together towards clear outcome-based objectives, and so that's sort of mitigating the challenge around a lack of clarity in navigating the organisation. So I think you sort of have to go looking for what the issues are, and then be really specific around what management interventions you're going to take. So that would be my thought around how you can keep the ideas, the work, the effort levels up, in spite of not being located in one place together.
And Ken, back to you with that one.
Sure. So I think with COVID and working remotely, what we've seen is we are now more or less, visiting employees in their homes, whether you're invited or uninvited. And then certainly organizations that actually do have workforces across countries, what becomes then critical is having more cultural dexterity. People have to be more understanding of different cultures within different countries and homes, and being mindful of that. For instance, people have different religions that practice different things at different times. So just being mindful of those small little things. The thing that I would probably also add to that is just having a lot of empathy that you do need to introduce in difficult times like these. And sometimes you perhaps have to be that energizer as well, because it really is sometimes not so fun, right? I mean, those water cooler chats have certainly gone, and you don't have those opportunities anymore to have that dialogue, listen to them, and perhaps even, lend them a ear. So now you have to be a bit more empathetic, and and where needed, do energize the teams where you can. So I think that those are the things that I probably have focused on in the last few months. But I can also share people are also looking forward to the lockdowns, coming to somewhat at an end, so that people can get back to the offices and enjoy the camaraderie.
Yeah, of course. And yourself, Nikki, on that one.
Sure. So I think there's two parts to it. There's the tech and the people. So from the tech side, personally, from my experience, from the 4 teams that I've managed, it's great. They've embraced it. They're familiar with Zoom. You can do a lot with it. You can draw. You can, be interactive. You can have breakout sessions. So even with our PR agency, we've had workshops that have worked quite well. Which is quite interactive and very difficult to do over, not as a live event, but it's worked well. So I think everyone's got a lot more familiar with tech, a lot more familiar of having their video on, which is great. From the people side, for me, it was really about making sure that my team didn't lose motivation, and then also we're collaborating with the other teams. So the normal stuff of clear guidance, having to add in a couple more meetings, definitely empowerment for them to make their decisions, move forward, discussions, collaborations, the normal. But I think one of the key things is, as with many people, we introduced more sort of fun sessions to sort of just get them relaxed and to still stay as a team. Yeah. And to be honest, I would say like the 2 months of the proper lockdown in Singapore, we came much closer, the 4 teams together in that. It was sort of an outlet. But in doing so, even with other teams having to go on that, it has forced more collaboration online. So I can see, as much as it's been a challenge and difficult for everybody, I can see some big positives, and there will be changes, positive changes going forward that have come out of having to basically live at home and do everything online.
Yeah, nice, good answer. And then I'm going to come back to you, Nikki, with this one first up. I don't know what the situation like is in Singapore now, but here in the UK and across Europe, there's a lot of talk around hybrid ways of working, and that 2021 will be much more about kind of flexible working and more working from home, more remote work, and balancing that going into work, into the office, and also working from home. Is that going to be the case, do you think, moving forward in Singapore or with UPS? Is hybrid going to be kind of the best approach moving forward?
So I think everything's up in discussions. Obviously, in Singapore, we follow the government's recommendations. So at the moment, we are still a maximum 50% allowed in the office and only 50% of your workforce. So I do have an option to go in for 2 weeks out of the 4 months, but we have to wear a mask. And I'm on Zoom calls all day. So at the moment, myself and most of our team, we're not, because it's not back to normal, and it actually hinders productivity. So we are looking for a time when we can go back in. But I would say, for myself and some of my colleagues in other companies who come from logistics, which is very traditional and normally not so much in favor of working from home, definitely it's a big positive turnaround where they've seen and the value that you can trust your employees. Actually, to be honest, they probably work more than at home. I know from the Singapore standpoint, they are trying to have more flexibility to encourage more of a balance with families. So, I would hope, and I think, I can't speak, I'm not in HR and I'm not the government of Singapore, but I would say it's definitely opened up a lot of discussions for a hybrid approach in Singapore. Some companies, like the big techs, already were there. When I worked at Google, that was the case. So I think we'll see this trend going forward. But I think the last comment I would make is that I still feel there needs to be some touch point in the office. I think, as you mentioned, Ken, that cooler, by the water cooler conversations, and just getting out of your own home, you cannot replace that. And even, workshops, I mean, we've done a great job doing them online, but sometimes you just need to be in a room with everybody. You need to get the solution done and you need to whiteboard it out. So I think there's still a valid reason for an office. It's just what that looks like in the future, I think, will probably be a hybrid approach.
Of course, nice. And Michael, your opinion on that?
Yeah, I'd agree with Nikki that you certainly hear a lot of stories about people being productive and happier with work at home and flexible arrangements, and that from a corporate perspective, where companies are finding that employees are able to get a lot done and that they can be trusted. From an employee perspective, I think COVID's really changed employee expectations around flexibility. So everybody's sort of expecting work from home arrangements these days. And, I think what the last 6 to 12 months have shown us is that it's proven to employers that it is possible to have a hybrid approach. I know at News Corp, almost all our publishing operations staff can work from home, and they come into the office some days. The flexibility is key. And so I think the companies that were previously not open to the idea have now had no choice. Going forward, you're going to see a lot more flexibility, which I think is good and a welcome change for a lot of people.
Sure, nice, thanks. And Ken?
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with what Nikki and Michael have said. Yeah, working from home is or a hybrid approach is certainly here to stay. In financial services and also in other sectors, you pretty much had 1 day a week work from home anyway. I mean, there's a lot of flexibility that was given. But I think what is certainly going to come out is people are going to have a look at the workforce and determine what things could actually be done remotely. And if it makes common sense and if it's got a strong business case, then I think we'll probably see parts of the teams perhaps have that flexibility to work from home. So perhaps the development staff within technology may get more flexibility than the support staff or the frontline staff that has to actually come to the office.
Yeah, nice. And then again, throughout these events, we've heard from many speakers trying to almost put a positive spin on kind of the opportunity that COVID has also thrown up. Obviously, it's hugely devastating in many ways, but with business there has been a few, but some silver linings, including kind of an acceleration. I think some of you raised it earlier about acceleration in product pivots and being more flexible and adaptable to change and taking on new ways of working, and also including onboarding new digital tools and technologies. Are you of the opinion that despite economic doom and gloom, that organisations will be well equipped, going beyond next year, beyond the pandemic, and looking forward, getting things back to normal and getting the economic climate back to normal as quickly as possible? And perhaps we can go with you on that one, Michael.
Yeah, sure. So Chris, I think if you're talking about performance and success within business, you sort of have to look at the rising tide and the cycles that organizations go through in industries. And so when times are good, people often get lulled into, I think, a false sense of security. And equally, when times are bad, people don't realize that it's often temporary, and companies need to make tough decisions, and they'll come out of the pandemic stronger than ever before. And I think, just thinking about Australian companies, a good example I can think of is corporate travel, an ASX listed company, corporate travel. So, I think their share price, if you look at their share price dropped incredibly, sort of 1/10 of the value of what it was pre-COVID. And for them, it's as much an opportunity as as a disruption. So they get the handbrake, they conserve cash, and then they bought up one of their competitors. And if you look at their share price today, they're trading at almost the same price as before the pandemic, because they're prepared and things return to the new normal. So I think it goes to that earlier point I made about there being a lot of variance right now, and so we are in that moment where if you can figure out how to get ahead, now's the time to do that. There's never been a better time in front of your competition if you're creative and hardworking.
Nice, thanks, Michael. Good answer. And Ken, back to you.
Yeah, sure. One thing that I might actually say is that the pandemic or going back to normal is going to take a little while. Yeah. So in Australia, for instance, there is JobKeeper and JobSeeker assistance, which has been given to many businesses, and certainly the small and medium businesses have benefited from that and have been able to keep most of their workforce employed. But once that actually comes off, I think we are going to see quite a few businesses that would not be able to survive. But at the same token, we are also going to see an increased number of mergers and acquisition activity. We are going to see businesses get consolidate so that they can survive. But looking past that, I think what we are starting to see, or certainly what I'm starting to see, is people are now looking at the value chain of pretty much every industry, and they're looking at what exactly each player is actually doing to create value within that industry, and how does the customer benefit from it. I do believe that in the next few years, certainly post-pandemic, we're going to see major changes in pretty much every industry, where the non-value add players are going to just get taken out. Certainly there has been many instances now where businesses have pivoted their business models from B2B to now B2C, and I think we're just going to see an acceleration of that.
Nice. And I think just on that point, it's amazing to see what Australia are currently doing with regards to kind of the pandemic response. I think most of the world is kind of watching on a little bit and seeing the successes of how Australia have coped with it. I mean, particularly here in the UK, we're currently in a lockdown. In fact, we'll be in lockdown for sort of lockdown for 3 months. So it's admirable of looking at Australia and their approach. So just wanted to bring that one in. Nikki, did you have something to add with that one as well?
Yeah, so I mean, I definitely agree with Michael. There's the opportune time, and also with Ken around the value. I think ultimately, it forces people to make tough decisions, but it forces them to move forward with, a lot of times we want more data. We want to double check things. Is it the right time to change the product mix? Is it the right time to go cross-border international? Whereas it's pretty much sink or swim, right? Avenues are closed down, and you've got to pivot, and you've got to move, and you've got to do it fast. So I think in that sense, I think there'll be a lot of positives that have come out, as much as it's a very challenging year for many people and many companies. I think it is forcing everybody to make those tough decisions and really be innovative in their own fields. And as Ken said, I love that. What value can they bring to their industry? And that's where a lot of companies are at.
Nice, good. Yeah, like you say, it's kind of cursor for innovation. Despite missing those water cooler moments, there is a lot to kind of be admired across organisations for their innovative approaches. So finally, and we'll run through each of you here, any words of recommendation of leadership application you've used the last few months that have been effective in leading your teams or your organisation, and maybe people can take away and kind of implement moving forward into 2021. And Michael, we'll go with you first there again.
So Chris, by this you mean sort of what good ideas we might have implemented as leaders to, whether it's to rally the team or...
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think as good leaders, we're always exploring new ideas, learning, finding better ways of doing things. I think what I will say is that if you think about, and this goes back to the opportunity that COVID presents, when you think about when medals and recognition is awarded, it's almost always based on how people respond during times of crisis. And it's easy for, especially when businesses or individuals are facing sort of difficult times, for people to be feeling a bit flat and disappointed. And, some people spend years working in the same roles, in the same job, day in, day out. Then when times are tough and challenging, people step up. And what we've seen, certainly in News Corp in the last 10 or so months, is that, there's an intense recognition and reflection on people's character when they're able to step up and deal with the challenges, and we celebrate people for that. And I think for many of us that have been in those moments of crisis during the course of the year, and it hasn't been easy for a lot of businesses, we should make time to recognise the efforts, our own efforts, those of individuals in the team, and we should use the Christmas period and as an opportunity to take stock and set ourselves up for an even better 2021. So I think for me, it's about putting what's happening at the moment in context and making sure that we are recognising the efforts of people that are going above and beyond, because that's really what, certainly in the part of the organisation that I work, makes all the difference and helps us thrive.
Nice, thanks, Michael. And then back to you, Nikki. For that one, I know you mentioned your successful kind of Zoom calls and things like that. Any other kind of key learnings from that people might be able to take away?
Well, working for a large multinational and in APAC, definitely agility was one of that. We really needed to look at our processes, speed a lot of things up. Obviously, we're one of the essential services, so some of our stuff we needed to get out faster than what we normally did. We had to undo some of that red tape, so that was good that we did. But as Michael had said, UPS is very big on recognition, and we always do that. But I think in this year, they stepped it up another notch to really showcase the above and beyond of what the employees were doing, especially in the time where everybody was locked down and our delivery guys and our workers at the hubs were still out there working. So a combination of the two. And for my personal team, it was just really making sure that everybody was okay and that they had moments that was not just mundane and work, and making sure that they had some fun, even though we were all locked down together, basically.
Yeah, nice. Thanks, Nikki. And finally, with yourself, Ken?
For me, three things come to mind. First is ambiguity, or dealing with ambiguity. As leaders, we are expected to be really good at it, but in these trying times, I think we've been challenged as well. Often restrictions or regulations come through at the very drop of the hat, and businesses and leaders are just not prepared to respond. So you have to be able to deal with that very quickly, and make calculated decisions accordingly. The other thing that comes to my mind is risk taking. I think it's not just for leadership anymore. I think you have to start to instill that within your team and workforce, encourage them to take risks. And it's okay. It's okay to fail, as long as you don't fail and make the same mistakes, quite often, and make mistakes, but, make them cheaply if you can. But the last thing I probably would add there is resilience. I think one thing that I have taken away from this pandemic, and I have encouraged my team to look at also, is that resilience bit. I think to say that this is the last big change that we're going to see in our businesses, going to remain steady for a while, I think that would be a lie. I know for a fact that there are more things coming around the corner, but that should not come at the cost of empathy. So yeah, be resilient, but yeah, at the same time, be empathetic.
Perfect. Well, that's all we've got time for. A massive thank you to all three of you. Michael, thank you. Ken and Nikki, thank you so much for sparing your time, joining us and sharing your insights. It's been a pleasure to be joined by you, and glad that we could round off the day with those opinions and insights on a few of the many aspects of kind of digital transformation and business transformation right now. So thanks so much.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Great to be part of today.
Thanks all. Thanks, Michael, Nikki.
Thank you. So that was a great panel session there with Michael from News Corp, Nikki Taylor from UPS, and Ken Anand, who's an independent consultant, former teacher of health. So a big thank you to those three for joining us and for wrapping the day up. I want to say a big thank you to all our speakers today, from across this morning and also from across the series. We've had 3 very successful events over the past 3 months, and it was a real pleasure to be joined by some really exciting minds and digital business leaders across UK, Europe, US, and today our APAC edition of the Global Series. We're going to be returning our online events for the start of next year, and then hopefully returning slowly in-person events and conferences, which are going to be announced soon. For now, that's going to be it for us in 2020 in terms of our online events. We'll be back in January for our European edition of the event. You can sign up and still receive the materials on demand if you are, of course, on a time zone within Asia Pacific and the time zone doesn't work to watch live. Big thanks to Daggerwing Group for their participation and support for this event and throughout the event series as well. But that's going to be all from us today. We'll be in touch over the next few days and early into next week with the on-demand presentations, chats, and the panel session. We will work to get that edited down and sent over. As mentioned, you'll also receive the on-demand for UK, US, and Europe events as well. So a load of information, content, hours of presentations within that. Thanks for joining us. It's been a real pleasure. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter. If you're on Twitter, that's @raw_digital. And give us a follow on LinkedIn as well. And we'll be sharing more information on our 2021 calendar there. Thanks so much and have a great day.